for Samuelson.
Great swim for our 14-year-olds in that first heat, setting the pace for the rest of the field to go. That 54.06, 54.21, and 55.09, top 3 times of heat number 1. Heat number 2 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Get it right this time. We do have a full field hitting the waters. We can see Ishmael in lane 4 as the fastest entrant for the event now from Surrey Park, 53.43 through the first 25s, going strongly. Ewing Stubbings as well out of 3 on the far side of the pool, and out in lane 8, James Pilbeam of Norwest.
Looking strong down that first 50 as they turn through in that 25.84. Stubbins in that second position, 25.95. A very cracking first 50 here. And let's see how these boys hold this race together in the final 25 metres. Looking strong. Those boys in the middle of the field really pushing each other. Ishmael doing a great job in 4, pulling away from the field here as he comes down to the touch under the flags. He will get his hand on the wall. Let's have a look at that time he can produce this morning. A 53.26 this morning. Absolutely firing this morning in that heat number 2.
Yeah, considerably faster than the first heat. Obviously, we're missing Hantang Wang in that first heat. He had an entry time of 52.37, so that was well and truly the fastest time. So interesting that he has withdrawn. Whether there's an event later on that he's focusing more on, but seeing he's the fastest qualifier, that is a very strange withdrawal.
For the third of 11 heats, hits the water and swimming strongly is the entire field. Thomas Penny backing up from the 800 freestyle last night, back in the water straight off the bat. That's a very tough backup.
Yeah, you're dead right, Will. It's who's leading the entire field. There's pretty much a line across, especially in the middle. Probably 5 at this stage. Xavier Tay. So from Warringah, he turns through in a 25.82. Second through was Nemeth Ford, 26.03, 26.14 for Aidan Kettle. Now to the big second 50. And we've had a real common theme. If you've got the best second 50, you're pretty much first onto the wall. As they come down, it's going to be very tight on the wall. I think Taylor will hold it, but it's not going to be easy. He gets there in a 53.65, so another great time in the third heat. Second through Kettle, third through Deere, then Penny. Collins, Nemeth Ford for the top 6. So the top 10 14-year-olds will go through to the final tonight. The next 10 14-year-olds to the B final. Same for the 13s. And we will see more and more of the 13s coming through. So far, there's only been about 3 I can see.
You're dead right there, Matt. A few more 13-year-olds in this heat, though, including Lewis Jewell out of Sydney in lane 5. As they make their way through the opening 25 metres. Once more, we can see a very tight field, as to be expected, just 0.4 separating them on entry times.
Jewell looking strong in 5 here, just ever so slightly in front as he takes that turn now at that 50-metre mark, that 26.46. In front of Lewis there, that 26.96. And Hogg in that third position, 27.03. As they come down to 25 metres left to swim, Jewell still holding on in 5, but the boys are fighting back in this 100 metres freestyle. It's going to be tight to make these top 10 positions for the 14-year-olds. He's doing a great job out of lane 5, coming down to the wall. He will get his hand on the wall first, that 54.74. Taylor with that second touch on the wall, 55.90. And Hall with that third touch, 56.31.
So now technically out of the seeded heats, the fastest 30 swimmers ranked, and given those centre lanes, our top 3 fastest swimmers will get lane 4 in the 3 first heat, outside of the seeded now, but still plenty of 13-year-olds to come.
So moving through at a rapid rate of knots. as we hit Heat 5 here. Fantastic start coming from Cooper Ravel in lane 4 for Miami, using that early speed to get a bit of a lead from the field.
Yeah, Ravel with a great start there. Going with him is Campbell Smith in lane 6. Also looking good, Fletcher Davies out in 0. I think Davies is going to touch second. So 26.66 at the 50. Davies through in 26.98. Smith 27.25. And a very strong first 50 there from Ravel. So far, only 7 13-year-olds, including this heat. So top 10 through to the final tonight. And we haven't even had 10 swimming. So a great finish there from Cooper Ravel. 54.97. Davies, fantastic in the outside lane, a 56.10. And third through was Richardson. So we have to keep an eye on the ages as well as the times.
Those top times, 54.97 from heat number 5, as we welcome heat number 6 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So PBs galore to start day 4. This is exactly how we like to see it at the Australian Age Championships. And Heat 6 now underway as they go through the 25-metre mark.
Looking strong as they're coming into the wall. That outside lanes are looking very strong out there in that first 50 as they turn through in that 26.81 for O there. They're coming down to the final 35 metres of this race, and it's starting to race on the other side of the pool as well. Both of those outside lanes doing a great job as we come down. O doing a great job into holding on to that lead ever so slightly. These boys fighting back in this 100 metres freestyle. It's coming down to under the flags. And can he get his hand on the wall? And what time can he produce? A 55.42 for O to take out that heat number 6. 55.97 in that second touch, and third touch on the wall, 56.78.
So far, I've counted 9 13-year-olds. So we haven't even hit the 10 yet. This is the first heat, heat 7 up on the blocks now. This is the first heat where we have the majority of the swimmers as 13-year-old. We've only had them scattered 1 or 2 here and there in this combined 13 to 14. It's a great opportunity for especially the midfield to really race each other rather than having smaller heats towards the end of each age group. We get full heats, and this leads to better racing, better times. So just waiting for confirmation of that previous heat.
It's interesting to note, Matt, the entry time for the 13-year-olds, 59.8. The 14-year-olds, it's 57.46. So it's quite a substantial drop between the two age groups.
Yeah, absolutely. The development of the athletes, obviously, their age makes a big difference. You know, it really is that time when the athletes put on a lot of muscle, a lot of strength, and that really helps them in that speed in this tough 100 metres freestyle as they're out. Great start, Jaden Fu in lane 3. Leo Galloway trying to go with him with Lachlan Harris. Thomas McCormack going well as well. The outside lanes are looking strong, just like the previous heat that you called, Emily. Elijah Pepperdine looking nice in lane 7. He, in fact, takes them through in a 27.20. Aidan Murphy out in lane 2. Ties with Galloway at the turn. And a fall through was Lee in lane 1. So a very even start to this 7th heat. And they're coming down now. It's Galloway who has paced this swim very well and come home incredibly strong to come over the top of Pepperdine. He lunges out, touches first in a 56.21. Great swim there in heat 7. There's 11 heats in total. And we're really looking now at that top 10 13-year-old age group. So Galloway from Pepperdine, Harris, Fu, Murphy, your top 5. In fact, Murphy and McCormack tying there for 5th.
Take your marks.
Hitting the water now, heat 8 of 11. This, of course, the boys 100 freestyle. You can see, again, they come out with intent. We like to see it in day 4 of these Australian Age Championships. The 100 freestyle delivering in spades.
Another close battle with those outside lanes, but Tobin in front ever so slightly in 3. And Addison doing great in that second spot at that 50-metre turn, turning through in that 26.97, 27.06 for Addison. As they come down to the final 25 metres left to swim, Addison and Tobin fighting it out in 2 and 3 next to each other. They're right out in front as they come down under the flags. Tobin ever so slightly, but Addison fighting for that first position. As they come down to the wall, it will be Tobin that gets his hand on the wall first in that 56.63. Addison in that second touch, 56.74. And Kim in that third position, 56.80. A fantastic job from heat number 8. Tobin taking it away in that 56.63.
Fairly predictably, each one of these heats, we start off with our fastest ranked swimmers and move down. Each one of these heats just slightly slower than the previous, but there's opportunities to be made. Big PBs can be swum. A little delay while we wait for the previous heat just to settle themselves so they're nice and still before this start.
Take your marks.
Importantly, as you say, Matt, we are seeing some of those big PBs dropped, and these athletes we've seen swim from the later heats into the A and B finals. Theo Porter from 4 has been one of those athletes swimming into an A final. Important, of course, they can also qualify for next year's championships, and I think that's what a couple of them have on their mind as Gray looks to lead at the halfway mark.
Yeah, Gray looking good down there in lane 9. It's a little bit of swimming by yourself, and down there with his pink Warringah cap, he is trying to make a note, so he turns through on a 27.21. Second through, almost the other side of the pool, Wolford, and Lee right next to him. So very even across the field with 10 metres to go. And it literally could be any of the swimmers. Kerr looking good. He comes down to touch. William Kerr in the 57.39. Very close behind Porter in lane 4. Then it was Lee. He actually tied with our early leader Gray out in lane 9. Lee in for 5th at 58.14. And then Wolford. So yeah, Duffield and Gray only 3/100ths of a second apart. 11 heats in total, only 2 to go.
Just the 13-year-olds competing now as they hit the blocks. Heat 10 in the water here. Dingwall in lane 4 for Emmanuel, 59.48 the time into the event, and he's got a competition as they move through the 25-metre mark.
We've seen a lot of these boys being able to drop some really big PBs this morning, so that's what these boys are aiming for as they come down to that 50-metre turn. Looking very strong, all out. Most of the field very tight in that first turn. Davin getting that first turn on the wall, 28.08 there in front of Byron there, and that 28.27. And that third touch from White out in lane number 0. So those outside lanes are really battling it out. Bailey looking strong in 8, trying to take over that lead as they come down to the final parts of this race. White still looking strong over in lane 0, pulling away from the rest of the field ever so slightly. But the battle now is Byron in lane 5 as he does take that touch on the wall, 58.60. White with that second touch, 58.61, and Kennedy third touch onto the wall, 58.81. Ion, great job in that heat number 10. taking out the win in that 58.60. As we move along now, this is your 11th and final heat.
Take your marks.
So for the final time, we dive in the water for the boys, 13, 14 years, 100 freestyle. Maximising the time underwater there is Cheng out of lane 5. Now transitioning the momentum, but coming through Wyeth in 4.
Yeah, final heat here of the boys, 13 to 14 years, 100 metres freestyle. And it looks like Roberts in lane 7 is making the most of the opportunity. Turns in a 27.00, so really nice, swift first 50. He comes in with a time of 59.84. All of these swimmers breaking that minute barrier. And the qualifying time for the 13-year-olds was a 59.85. So he made it by 100th of a second. And he is doing everything he can to go even further down in the history books. A great swim here from Cheng in the middle to come over the top in the dying stages. Cheng through first, a 57.42. Roberts held on for second, 57.87. And for Zachary, the 58.89. So results there from the final heat, 11 heats in total. Our top 10 13-year-olds. We'll go through to the 13-year-old A final. Next 10 to the B. Same with the 14s. And they'll be swum tonight. Live on 9 now. Make sure you join us for the coverage starting at 6 p.m. as we move forward now to the girls, 13 to 14 years. 200 metres individual medley. We've got 9 heats here. And we love an individual medley. All 4 strokes, butterfly to backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. And a bit more sprinty. We've seen a few 400s, but it's a bit more sprinty. And they really will go out after it from the get-go.
Take your marks.
So who can chase that race early? We see Mia Hu from lane 2 as one of the heavily ranked 13-year-olds backing up from last night's 1,500 metre freestyle final. On the screen there is the Charlotte Lim out of lane 4 for Carlisle. Best of the starts, though, looks to be Bailey in 3.
I also think keep your eye on Lucy Ma in 5. She's been very strong already at these championships in those breaststroke and those backstroke events. So we'll see how she goes further into this race. They turn through in that 30.73. Ma in that second touch on the wall, that 31.40. And that third touch for Bailey there in that 31.46 as they head into the backstroke leg. The sun is beaming down on them, but doing a great job through this backstroke leg. Still our swimmers in the middle of the field are trying to push through here to get up onto that lead. But looking strong is Summer Bailey out of lane number 3 as they come to that 100-metre turn.
Yeah, Kaufman touching first at the halfway mark. I almost expected Lucy Ma to blitz this middle bit. You made a good point. She's really been dynamite in the backstroke, the breaststroke. I'm not surprised to see her here in the individual medley with individual results in such diverse disciplines. Putting them all together now in the 200, she should be a force to be reckoned with, and that's exactly what is happening. So this breaststroke really the differentiator so often in the individual medley events, and it's Lucy Ma who's had a very efficient backstroke to save herself for a dynamic breaststroke. And look at the advantage she has got going into the freestyle. So she touches first, a 148.27. Second through will be Bailey and then Lim. Early leader Kaufman has just died back to 4th. But it's Lucy Ma with a dominating middle section in this 200 IM who has set the early pace. So first heat of 9, and we'll need to keep track of these times. Just the A final in the 200 events. And that's what we're looking for, top 10 each time.
Lucy Ma hits that wall in 2:22.13. Lim in with that second touch on the wall, 2:25.88. And Bailey with the third touch onto the wall, 2:26.01. Lucy Ma there in that breaststroke leg was the only swimmer to break 40 points, but no one else was close. The next swimmer was in 42.12, so that's what made the massive difference there. That was that breaststroke leg from Lucy Ma. It was absolutely fantastic to see. As we head now, this is heat number 2 of 9.
So good to see so many of our athletes entering the 200 AM. I'm a big fan of the 2 AM.
So many versatile athletes as well as they dive in here in Heat 2. We look to the middle of the pool. We see Molly Young from lane 3. Already run 3 gold medals at these championships. The 400 freestyle, 200 butterfly, and 1500 freestyle in a very tight battle last night. You can see that just having a bit of an impact, but equally so, Roxanne Alberton in lane 4, already prolific through the breaststroke and backstroke at these champs.
Yeah, Alberton looking good at the early stages. We know that the lead will chop and change with people's strengths as we go through. We saw that with Lucy Ma's breaststroke previously, but it really is fantastic to see the depth of talent here in Australia at these age national championships. Close to 100 athletes, 100 13 to 14 years girls entering this 200 metres individual medley. It is not an easy race whatsoever. It is one of the tough ones. And to have almost 100 athletes put their name down and compete means that the cream really will rise to the top, and that's what we'll see in tonight's final. So coming through now, we know how important this breaststroke leg is.
Alberton doing a great job in that middle lane. She's really moving through on this breaststroke leg. Harbour right next to her, holding strong in 5. Venner in 6, also holding on to those top pack girls as they head into that breaststroke turn to turn into that freestyle. That freestyle's whatever you got left in the tank. The 200 medley is almost considered a bit of a sprint because it's only 50 metres of every stroke. Roxanne Alberton turning through first at that 150 mark, that 148.84. Harbour in that second touch, 151.43. That third place with Fleming out in lane number 7. As they come down to 25 metres left to swim, Alberton ever so slightly just relax that pace. Not a super high stroke rate for her freestyle as she heads into the wall. She's got a really nice lead. And it will come down to the touch for her for the best time she can produce, that 222.74 for Alberton in that first touch. Harbour with that second touch on the wall, that 226.77. And that third touch on the wall is our visitor out of lane 6. Venner there in that 227.45.
So still heating up here on morning 3 of these Australian Age Championships. We have another seeded heat to come. The athletes certainly delivering in spades, as was called through. Waiting for the official results to come through. We can see Mika Harbour didn't look too fazed by the effort that it took to take second in that heat.
Do you know what? I think a lot of this comes down to when you finish, you don't want your competitors to know how hard you pushed. So sometimes it's like a self-reflection, like don't show pain in my face, don't heavy breathe. So I would always try to like remain real calm. So your competitors are like, oh, wow, she looks like she did it easy.
I like that.
On the inside, it's not.
Take your marks.
So let's see how Heat 3 reacts here as they dive into the pool for that 200 metres individual medley. Again, a stacked field of 14-year-olds with a couple of 13 smattered through. Kiara Nixon leads the 13-year-olds for Corrimal in lane 5.
Yeah, especially in the heats, it's good to hold your cards close to your chest. Interestingly, Nixon there, she's the fastest ranked 13-year-old in this as she goes through first at 29.79. The next 5 highest rankings, so 2 through to 6, have already swum in the first 2 heats. So we know, she knows what times they have put down. And now as the fastest ranked 13-year-old, she is going after that place in the 13-year-old final. Only the top 10 of each age group go through. And now into that backstroke. A lot of the girls we notice on this Emily as backstroke, as we noticed the backstroke girls in this bright sun at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, just taking the relative safety of the lane rope next to them, and usually on their training side, swimming down on their left. As we see those fantastic underwater pictures, and now very even, I have to say, into the breaststroke. No one's really made a move, and trying to keep the efficiency while maintaining the speed in this breaststroke leg.
Nixon really tried to make a move in the backstroke, but it's coming to that breaststroke now. We know it's make or break. We saw Lucy Marr in that first heat really dominate that breaststroke. So it's whatever you can do. Doolan in lane 3 doing a strong breaststroke here to try and take over that lead as she comes into that last 50 metres. She's got about half body length on the field there. Neo in 4, holding on for that second position, and Nixon in that third position as they turn through at that 151.89, 153.16 and 153.80. There as the battle comes now in that freestyle leg. Neo in 4 trying to take that lead away, and Nixon in 5 really pulling up on the rest of the field here as they come down to 15 metres left to swim. Doolan in 3 holding on ever so slightly as Neo in 4 is battling with her and has just taken over that lead as they come down under the flags. Neo will get her hand on the wall first in that 225.75. Doolan in that second touch on the wall, 226.48. And Nixon third to the wall in that 227.46. So some tough racing from heat number 3. And some fast times, that 225.75.
Yeah, Kara Nixon very strong there, third in the race, but fastest 13-year-old, and she'll be tough to beat tonight, mixing it with the 14-year-olds and doing an exceptional job. Now into the fourth heat.
Underway across the field here is heat 4. We can see a full field of athletes, as we touched on before, Matt. Almost 100 13, 14-year-olds entering in this 200 IM. Great to show the versatility and depth coming through in the women's medley, led by these 13, 14-year-olds. Leading this heat, though, it looks to be Charlotte Brown, SLC Aquadot. As we get a wider shot here into the first turn.
Yeah, Brown with a very strong lead in front of Dixon and Tregenza. So Cho in for 4th there. Dimitri Du-Pierce in 5th. And Guthrie in for 6th. So now into the backstroke. Doing a fantastic job, I've got to say, Brown in the middle of the lane. You sometimes find you get a bit lost in the middle of the lane. You've got nothing to use as a reference points. She's staying right in the middle. I'm very impressed with her backstroke. She's extended that lead out, now going to the breaststroke. And it's a great advantage to have. Going with the back flip turn. So each one of the girls doing a slightly different rotation to get themselves from their back onto their front for the breaststroke leg. Looking very strong is Guthrie in 5. She's already closed up the majority of the gap on Brown. She was very strong in the backstroke, but Brown now just letting go a little bit of that lead from Guthrie, Dixon right next to her. Tregenza's coming up, Cho as well. So they really are attacking her from all sides, and I feel Guthrie has got the best of it coming down to the freestyle.
She will take over that lead at that 150 mark, that 154.33 in front of Durbridge there in that 155.84. And that third touch from Brown in lane number 4 in that 156.00 as they come down to 25 metres left to swim. She's really battled through that breaststroke, Guthrie, and it's taken over that lead. She's got about a body length on the rest of the field as she comes down to 15 metres left to swim. It's all her race here at this point. The battle is for that third position between Dudley, Tregenza there, and some of the swimmers out here on those outside lanes. So we come down to the touch. It is Zoe Guthrie that takes the win in that 227.80. Brown, second to the wall, 231.31. Snyder's in lane 9 gets her hand on the wall for that third position in 232.34. So a fantastic swim from Zoe Guthrie there in that heat number 4.
That time will be right up there, mixing it through for the finals for Guthrie.
Take
As
your
they get ready,
marks.
the 13-year-olds. Heat 5 hits the water now as we make our way through this heats program. Aaron Lee already racing strongly at these championships, as well as Katrina Navakis in lane 5. She was prolific in the 200 butterfly for Narrabeen, so expect her to be near the front as they make their way through this opening 50.
Yeah, very even across the field. Probably Wong in lane 8, having a nice little battle with Lee in 4. It is Wong, Shine in lane 3 rather. So Wong takes them through first in the butterfly. Now into the backstroke. Shine was in second. And Croato in third. So we've seen how important this middle section of the 200 individual medley is. If you can go out nice and rhythmic in the 50 butterfly, keep your rating up, and keep the load off your legs in the backstroke. Save as much as you can for the breaststroke. It sets you up for a great freestyle, and that will give you the best time possible. So Shine following those instructions to a T. Wiggins now in second in the outside lane. She had a great backstroke leg to bring herself up. Wang now into third. And Lee, our visitor, assuming out of Miami for this, is just starting to come up. She was fourth there and trying to push her way back into the mix, but Shine next to her really is shining with not many people going out after her. She's really pushed through. Barnes is probably her next closest competitor. She touches just over a second behind, but with a body length lead, Sophia Shine is doing a fantastic job in this 5th heat of the girls 13 to 14 years 200 metres individual medley. So coming down to the wall now, we've got about 15 metres to swim, and Shine has shone through for the touch. A 2:27.87 to win. Second through was Barnes with a fantastic breaststroke that brought her right back into the action. About 2.5 seconds behind our leader, 2:30.06. The third through was Navakis. And then Lee. Wiggins did a great job holding on for 5th as well. So 5th heat down, 9 heats in total. And more of our 13-year-old girls coming through. So plenty of opportunities for a final swim tonight.
Not just the swimmers on fire this morning, Welshie. Commentators also having a cracker. So we get ready to welcome out Heat 6 up next. Confirm results first and foremost. It is the way it was called. Shine Shon, 2:27.87 gets it done. Turn our attention though to the pool deck once more. Heat 6 on the blocks now.
Take your marks.
And underway. Adela Gia swimming from lane 2. First qualified through in the 200 butterfly final. 5th in that final. So expected to be out quickly here for Norwood. Equally so Anna Kang in lane 5. 8th in the 100 backstroke. So some good strengths to be used in the early half of this race.
Sometimes in these individual medleys, you sort of feel like saying, let's just race the 50 breaststroke and be done with it, because that really is the importance of that leg. But they set themselves up in the butterfly. They prepare themselves in the backstroke. They really push it in the breaststroke and then race it home in the freestyle. It's a fantastic race to see, especially the 200, because as Emily Seabohm said before, it's a little bit more of a sprint because you get to change and you're only doing 50 of each stroke. it turns into almost a 100-metre pace for each of the strokes. It's somewhere in between that 100 and 200-metre pace. It's not just 4 laps of each stroke. It's a little bit more than that as they come down to touch at the halfway. Lee still holding strong in front of Gia, and then Kang and Cam. Hawkins in for 5th, then Williams, Lupton, Yin, Rowlands and Tola rounding out the 10. So now into that all-important breaststroke. And driving forward with everything she's got is Eileen Lee from PLC Sydney. The 13-year-old comes in with a time of 2 minutes 32.58. And she's definitely one of the quicker 13-year-olds in the field. So she'll be wanting to get a swim tonight. And with a solid lead like this, she's putting in a great bid. So she turns about 3 and a bit seconds ahead of third. That's the closest person she's going to be able to see. Only a couple of seconds in front of Hawkins, if she can look across to lane 6. Kang now into 4th. And a big, strong swim there in lane 8, Lupton. Sophie Lupton has gone from 10th. She's going to bring herself right up into contention for a place potentially. Lee touches first, then Hawkins. Giant for 3rd. And then Cam going through to Yin. And Williams, Lupton brought herself up to 7, had a storming last 50. But it was Eileen Jai Lee, a 229.50 in this 6th heat. So 3 more heats.
Take your marks.
Heat 7, the first of those 3 to come. As they hit the water here, expect much more of the same. Very close racing on the entry times, just 1.5 seconds separating the entire field. Expected to play out as was called before. The breaststroke section, incredibly important to transferring that momentum into the freestyle. Certainly a long way from home with 50 freestyle to go, but out with enthusiasm here is lane 0. Demanuel out in 31.76, in fact, turning 2nd behind Huang in 7.
Yeah, really going out after it. We do enjoy the times when these outside lane swimmers aren't allowing themselves to be defined as a slower lane. They go out after it and say, you know what, I've got 50 metres as well. I'm just as good. I can get out after it. And it's exactly what they're doing. So a great first 50 from Piki Huang. And Demamil out in lane 0. She was 2nd after the butterfly, and she's holding on. She's gone down to 4th, but only fractions of a second. So Gaudry now, after the backstroke, has taken the lead from Huang, and now into the breaststroke. We can see those stronger breaststrokers really coming through. Demamil out in lane 0. She had a great butterfly, held on in the backstroke, now doing a fantastic breaststroke. But it's going to be Huang there in lane 7, who's probably got the measure of everyone. So it's going to be between Demamil and Huang. In fact, Demamil does get it just by a couple of tenths of a second. Huang now into 2nd. Bolshenek in 3rd. 4th was Ford. Into the freestyle, we don't expect to see big changes of lead through the freestyle. They're much more even. That's how important the breaststroke is. But how much energy have they got left? That's the big question. So Huang, the early leader, relinquished that lead for a fraction of a second and has wrestled it back. Demamil, Huang. It is Huang from Demamil, only by just over half a second. 3rd through was Bolshenek. 4th, Hugo. Ford pushed down to 5th. And Gaudry was your top 6.
Again, dropping down to those low 230s. I think it's going to require just under to be in the final, but still fantastic performance from Demam Mill, as it was called. 2:33.15 the time to qualify for 14-year-olds. So those athletes securing that for next year. Penultimate heat, though, jumping into the water now as we turn our attention to Heat 8 of 9 in this girls 13-14 years 200 metres individual medley. Good representation from across the country here as they make their way down this opening lap. Jin and Dara represented through Watterson in 5. The Canberrian swimming strongly. It's up against it, though. UWA West Coast with Molly Eaton in 4. Looks to be leading, and Nunawading through Liu in 9 will actually turn first, 31.28 on the turn.
Yeah, yet again, these outside lanes not being dictated by their lane number. Liu and Rouse having a fantastic little battle. That'll keep pushing them. It's much easier to keep your pace up in an outside lane when you've got someone going with you. It's the benefit of being in the middle lanes. You've got, you've got the fastest people around you. And we're going to see Liu and Rouse hopefully work together to push themselves right up into the lead. Looking good is Sheehan in lane 3. She's had a very strong backstroke and goes through first. So Sheehan, Watterson, Liu and Rouse holding on to 3rd and 4th in those outside lanes. Dredge and Eaton now. So the middle of the pool, lane 4, touching in 6th at the halfway mark. Let's see what she can do in the breaststroke to catch them up. Sheehan right next to her had the lead, and she's already made strong ground on her. She gave her just over 3 seconds at the halfway mark. But it does look like it's Watterson who's made up the most amount of ground. Rena Leo still well in the mix in this breaststroke and potentially is going to touch first, maybe second. It is second, but only just 4/100ths of a second back from Sheehan. Watterson is 3rd, keeping under the 2 minutes at that 150 mark. And now it is just the swim to the wall. Whatever you've got left, keep those kicks coming, those arms rolling over. Suck in the oxygen because you're probably in oxygen debt now. And come down to the wall, and it will be Sheehan who really dominates the freestyle leg and has a comfortable win over the rest of the field. So Summer Sheehan, 2:31.84. Second through was Watterson. And Osborne. So the outside lanes really mixing it up with our usual faster qualifiers in the middle, with 1 heat to go of the girls 13 to 14 years, 200 metres individual medley.
So we'll see what the final heat has in store for us as we wait for the confirmed results. Once again, Heat 8 well represented. It looks like there could be disqualification. We never want to see that, especially with this younger age group. But if you're ever going to learn the lesson, actually, I'm not. Australia age is the time to learn the lesson. That's a better place for a club meet. But still, it's a tough lesson to learn and one that you only really learn once.
I think it just is because that 200 medley is just so technical. There's so many different elements to it. There's multiple different turns that you have to be able to deliver on the day. And I think sometimes you can just get caught up on some of those technicalities, and that they come down to tiny margins.
We've seen the best of the best get disqualified in individual medleys. Mainly that backstroke to breaststroke. If you must be at worst, you can't be at 90 degrees of your side, if that makes sense. You have to have some sort of degree on your back. And then immediately, as soon as you touch the wall, then you can go onto your front. And if you turn over a bit too early, we do see disqualifications there.
The 9th and final heat hits the water here. This, of course, being event 45, the girls 13-14 years, 200 metres individual medley. We've seen some fantastic swimming all the way through these heats, and now it's the 9th heat. And their opportunity to put their best foot forward for a potential swim this evening. Top 10 in both the 13 and 14 years will go through. Just the 13-year-olds racing in this heat. And leading the way is Nagi of Nepean at the 50-metre mark.
Looking strong, that first 50, turning through in that 31.05, 31.78 and 32.02. Not much in it at all as we come to that breaststroke leg. Now you're doing a great job in 6. Ever so slightly caught on that lane rope on that right side though. As she comes down 25 metres left to swim of this backstroke leg, she's still holding strong out in front. Doing a great job with that sun blaring down on our athletes. Townley doing a very good job in 4, coming through into that second position now. As we get ready for these ladies to switch into that breaststroke leg. We see multiple different turn options being utilised on that back to breast. You can do a flip turn or the old school touch turn. Nagy's still leading them through in that 1:11.25 in front of Townley there in that 1:12.75. So quite a good battle between those two girls, both in the 40 points for that backstroke. 40.20 from Nagy and 40.73 for Townley there. Only 2 girls in that 40-point range. Everyone else 41s, 42s. As we have a look at that breaststroke, Nagy doing a great job with this breaststroke coming into the flags now. Turning through into that freestyle. It's whatever she's got left in the tank. Turning through in that 1:55.38. As she's looking very strong in this freestyle leg now. She's got a very great lead on the rest of the field. Very strong through the backstroke. Very strong in that breaststroke. 4 seconds almost on most of the other field here as she comes down. She's got 15 metres left to swim, and she's really fighting it out here. She's going to touch the wall first, and we'll have a look at that time that she can produce. Her time in that program, that 2:37.32. So she's going to beat that this morning in a very fast time, that 2:31.18. Absolutely smashing her PB there. Townley with the second hand on the wall, that 2:36.38. Fantastic job for all these ladies sitting in that 2:37 mark. But Nagy taking out the win in heat number 9, and she's happy with that. As those results are official on your screen. We will now move into the next event on the program. This is your boys 7 to 18 years, 200-metre breaststroke. We've seen some great breaststroke from last night, some really strong 50s. So let's see what our older boys can do in this 200 metres breaststroke. There's 5 heats of this. Heat number 1 will be your fastest seeded heat.
Interestingly, out of the top 10 ranked athletes here in the boys 17-18 years 200 metres breaststroke, out of the top 10, 5 of them are visitors. So it almost is turning into, we saw that with the Australian Open, almost turned into an international meet. We've got swimmers from New Zealand, Cook Island, the Singapore club, so from all over to compete against the best in Australia. This is how massive the Australian Age Championships is. It's on the calendar, not just in Australia, but around the surrounding areas as well. As they dive in for Heat 1, 17 to 18 years, mixed 200 metres breaststroke. And really is, we've got about half the field 18, half the field 17. This is leading all week. This is leading to some brilliant racing in the morning. Pushes them harder and faster to those finals tonight. Top 10 18-year-olds into the 18-year-old final, and top 10 17 into their respective final as well. Story goes through in a 30.36. Sutherland in second, and Machiarondo's had a fantastic meet there from the New Zealand club, 32.01. And the efficiency is so important. I often think with the 200 breaststroke, they don't look like they're doing a lot of work. It looks pretty cruisy at this stage. But the skill and the control that they've got to do to drive themselves forward is quite extraordinary. So it is a very tricky race to get right. So Story still holding on to first. Machirondo moves himself up into second. Sutherland now into third. Then Wheeler, Barton, Kelso, Trophy Machine, Dossetta Smith, and then Barton, Urquhart rather, Knight.
Yeah, quite a great battle with those top three boys at the moment, and ever so slightly just outside the pace in 6, 7, and 2 there. Really battling through here in this 200 breaststroke. So we know this heat will set the scene for the rest of the 200 breaststrokes to come. Story doing a great job in lane 4, holding on to that lead. Machirondo there moving into that second position. Sutherland third on the wall. But a strong battle with Wheeler and Barton there in 6 and 7 as they come down to 25 metres left to swim. Machirondo trying to get the lead on Story here, but holding strong is Story as he comes down under the flags. This is a battle with those first two boys. Machirondo really a good, strong second 100, but Story will take out heat number 1 in that 2:18.36. Machirondo there, 2:18.53, and Sutherland third hand on the wall in that 2:20.61.
He really wanted to get onto that wall, didn't he? He raced that last 50. In fact, looking at the time, Machirondo had the fastest second 50, or 450 rather, the last one, from the whole field, and was over a second quicker than Story. So he came home like an absolute train. Results there for the first heat.
It's interesting too because Machirondo will move to the 17-year-old age group tonight, and Story and Sutherland will stay in the 18-year-old age group. So he's really showing very strong heats. He's done some really great racing. Machirondo, a visitor from New Zealand. He's already won a couple of gold medals already and wants another one tonight in this 200 breaststroke. Heat number 2 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So after watching the first heat, the stage has been set, the times have been put down, and they know what they're going to go after. They saw the splits, they saw the intensity, and they saw a great last 50 from Machirondo in that last race. And it's got to be an advantage being in these second and third, these following heats. Seeing the racing in front of you really gets you ready to go. And Skipper was ready to go in a 30.55. He takes them out first. Regan Cheng, 31.73, so just over a second behind. Tancred, another just under half a second behind Cheng there. Hancock in the outside lane, coming in for 4th. Allgate in for 5th. And Bambach, your top 6 at the 50-metre mark. Flynn Skipper looking very, very nice in this opening stages of the 200 metres breaststroke. You can see the underwater work, getting those knees up high onto the wall and pushing themselves off as far as they can. The glide phase is so important in breaststroke, and it's about setting yourself up for that. So off the wall, the glide phase, pull through and glide, and drive yourself forward from that kick the whole way. The kick developing around 2/3 of that forward momentum, that forward force. And so that kick is just so important to get right, especially in this 200.
Skipper doing a great job in this 150 turn now. He turns through in that 1:41.57. Chang there in that 1:43.79. And that third hand on the wall at that turn was Tancred there in that 1:45.28. 25 metres left to swim. Skipper looking very good in that glide phase, very long on that glide and moving a lot of water. He's really holding on to that lead. Chang has started to pick up his pace there in lane 4, but it's too late because Skipper will take out heat number 2 in that 2:18.49 for Skipper. Chang there in that 2:27.8. That third position. Tancred there from lane number 6 in that 2:23.23. Pretty happy with that, Skipper. Great time. He really was able to hold on to that lead and extend it throughout that race. A fantastic paced race for him as he takes out heat number 2. Those results are official on your screen. We move now to heat number 3. Some very strong breaststroke that we're seeing, but look at those records. The 17-year-old record is 2:09.9, and the 18-year-old record is 2:08.6, both held by Matthew Wilson.
Take your marks.
So third heat in the water now for the men's 17, 18-year-old 200 metres breaststroke. Two fantastic seeded heats already swum, and now into the third seeded heat. Our third fastest swimmer gets lane 4, and that is Ethan Cook, 18-year-old from Carlisle. And he looks to be leading the field down. Right on his shoulder, Harry Heath from Nunawading, 17 years old. Looks like he'll touch second. They do. Third through was Ang up in lane 3. And then Ely, Zhao, O'Neill, Davies, Gelatley and Cotter rounding out the 9. Charlie Cook missing in action there in lane 2. But Ethan Cook with that early lead. He's not doing it easily, though. He's got a real battle on his hands. Ang and Heath are right on his shoulder. And trying not to lift the rating too much to drain them. Still trying to get their speed out of the glide. A fantastic split stroke there underwater from Harry Heath in the middle of the pool. He's drawn up right alongside Ethan Cook, and so is Aaron Ang. So it's a race of 3 in the middle. Cale Ely wanting a bit of the action too. He's starting to draw up alongside, but Ethan Cook has responded. He's responded very strongly. His rating's probably a good 20 to 30% higher than the rest of the field, and his reward for that extra work is he's gone from almost dead heating at the halfway to having over a 2-second gap with 50 metres to go. So let's see if Harry Heath, Cale Ely and Aaron Ang can respond in this final 50. But I think Cook has done everything he needs. So coming down to 15 metres to go. And it will be Ethan Cook. An absolute dominating third 50. He swam a 34.5. That was a good 3 seconds ahead of the majority of the field. That's where he got his speed from. He touches first, a 2:16.89, 2:21 for Harry Heath. Cale Ely comes in with a 2:22 for third. And Ang holds on for fourth, a 2:23.08. So incredible third 50 there. We talk about the importance of that third 50 in all 200s. But he swam a 34.5 when Ang next to him swam a 37.
That's the fastest time so far, and we'll take that lane 4 spot for that 18-year-old final. So very strong third heat there as we have a look. This is heat number 4 of 5.
Off the blocks cleanly across the pool. They make their way down in this penultimate heat of the boys 17, 18 years, 200 metre breaststroke. A fantastic swim there from Ethan Cook of Carlisle. Victoria well represented in the middle of the pool here through Max Malone and Blake Scott Caulfield in 4. Great program being put together at Caulfield, and you can see Malone maximising that. Paragalopoulos in lane 6 for Griffith Uni. Turns through in second, though, ahead of Scott in 5.
Yeah, strong battle here in heat number 4. They've seen those fast times that those boys have been producing. The fastest being that heat number 3, just then in that 2:16.89. The rest of the field is sitting around those 2:18s, 2:20 mark to make those 2 finals. Now we'll have the 17-year-old final and also the 18-year-old final. So we come down to that 100-metre turn. They're turning through in that 1:09.28. Very strong with those first 2 competitors under that 1:10 barrier. Now our earlier heats roughly around that 1:05, 1:06 mark, taking it out quite hard in that first 100. So we'll see if these boys can hold together that second 100 and see if there's any moves to be made from Malone there in 4 to try and take over that lead.
It's often one of those age groups where we can see some massive jumps in times from the 16 to 17 years. They go through that late stage of development. You can see Kaladropoulos out in front for Griffith Uni, absolutely electric through that third 50, 37.43. That was the secret sauce to taking the win in Heat 3. And it's playing out once again with Witkowski now leading the charge over Stewart, second and third, now flipped through the last 50, opening 25, but there'll be no catching. Kaladropoulos out in front for Griffith Uni, still maintaining that incredible length of stroke. They come under the flags for the final stroke. It will go the way of Kaladropoulos, 2:25.76, a very classy 200 breaststroke. Witkowski maintaining that form onto the wall to sit second. Stewart rounds out the top three, 2:27.86. That will go right up against the top 10 to make it into the final.
Yeah, great heat number 4 there. There are only 5 heats, so Kaladropoulos really throwing out a time there in that 2:25.76 in front of Witkowski there in that second position, 2:27.11, and Stewart third to the wall, 2:27.86. So quite a battle for that second, third position. As we move now to heat number 5. This is your last heat of the 17 to 18-year-olds 200
Take your
breaststroke.
marks.
So we round out event 46 here. This is the boys 17 and 18 years, 200 meters breaststroke. The fifth and final heat in the water, swimming across the pool. We have Pollitt in lane 1 for Shaw. 2:32.56 is entry time, and Springfield represented through Weaver with a 2:32.94. So we look to the qualifying time, 2:32.37 for the 18s to 2:33.39. So these athletes scraping through, but taking the opportunity is Grayson Doig, Trinity Grammar, 31.31 through the first 50. That's right on split with what we saw in the opening seeded heats.
He's very strong through those IMs, so doing a great job of this breaststroke is Doig out of lane 2, really trying to produce a cracking time here in the fifth and final heat of this 200 breaststroke to see if he can stamp himself a spot in that final tonight. Top 10 going through for the 17-year-olds, top 10 going through for the 18-year-olds. He takes that 100-meter turn in that 107.26, so he's absolutely powering through that first 100. As Pollitt next to him takes that second position at the turn, that 111.69. Third position from Wilson out of 6 in that 112.55. Having quite the battle with Raven right next to him in lane number 7. Doig still holding on to the lead here as he's coming up to that 150 mark. He produced a 35.95 for that second 50, but went out quite hard in that 31.31. So we'll see what he can do off this third 50. He goes through in that 38.26, so just slowly narrowing down that pace as he comes down to the final 35 metres left to swim. He's got a great lead on the rest of the field. That second position, still Pollitt right next to him in lane number 1. And that lane number 3 has been taken over by Raven there, who's having the battle with Wilson right next to him in 7 and 6. As Doig comes down to the finish here, he will take out heat number 5. We'll have to have a look at that time that he produces here this morning in this heat. But looking very strong onto the finish is Doig with that 2:24.47 there to take out heat number 5. Pollitt with that second touch on the wall, that 2:38.9. And that third touch on the wall is Raven there in that 2:30.97. A fantastic swim from those boys in the final heat there, that 2:24.47. Your fastest of that fifth heat. As those results are official, we'll see who makes those top 10 fastest spots. But remember, there's 2 different finals tonight, so this age group will split off. And we'll be able to see tonight who's the fastest 10 17-year-olds and who's the fastest 10 18-year-olds. As we move along to the next event on the program, girls 17 to 18 years, 200 metres backstroke. A very tactical race, a very, you have to pace this race perfectly to get the best out of yourself, and those Australian records are certainly very, very fast. That 2:06.35 for a 17-year-old from Kaylee McEwen. Back in 2019, and that 18-year-old record, 2:05.83 from 2020. So some very, very fast racing. And if you can do that, you know you're on track for something pretty incredible. Kaylee holds almost all the world records in the backstroke events, just the 100 she's missing at the moment.
In short course as well, she's
Take your
absolutely
marks.
unstoppable. So we see the first of 4 heats take to the water here, of course, as called the 200-metre backstroke for the 17-18 years girls. Zoe Amundsen sits in lane 4, the junior Dolphin, 2:12.10, her entry time for Nudgee College. Also a great backstroke program back in the day. It's great to have one of the very best to call this event through. And correct me if I'm wrong, Em, but that time that is the 17 years record, 2:06.35, that was the time that was swum in Korea at the World Championships.
Yeah, it was. So a very fast time to be on the team already at 17 years of age. Pretty incredible there. As Miller takes him through that first 50, that 32.11, looking very strong. Ava Gasky in that second position, 32.76. That third position from Reynolds out in lane number 9, 32.78. As now they start to settle into that rhythm of this race, that middle 100 tends to be the slowest part of the race, but it's very important to make your moves here in that part, as most of those athletes don't. So Miller turning through at that 100-metre turn in that 1:07.67. That second position, Ashby Cliff there has taken over from lane number 2 in that 1:08.49. As these girls really battle through this 200 backstroke. It's very hard out there, Will, with the sun shining super bright. So I've always said, if you hit that lane rope, stay with that lane rope. Don't try to recenter yourself in that lane. You'll end up swimming more meters. So looking very strong is Miller out in front. She's got a body and a half on the rest of the field, turning through in that 1:43.69. As she really looks comfortable now. So you can see she's let go of her legs a bit there, Will, and she's just relaxed into this last 50.
A perfectly tactical heat swim here by Miller and called through expertly. As we get ready for the last 15 metres, you can see Miller coming back to the pack, and that is a tactical decision by the 18-year-old from Griffith Uni. A very comfortable 200, a very strong performance for what will set up tonight's final. 2:20.72 gets to the wall in first position. Second going the way of Quayle from New Zealand out in lane 3. And lane 2 getting on the wall third through Ashby Cliff. So we look through the splits there. You can see Ivy Miller 32.1 out, 35.5, 36.0, and then 37.03. Setting up what we could expect a very fast final this evening.
Absolutely. So we know, again, this age group will split into 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds. So a lot of 17-year-olds in that heat just then. So only 4 18-year-olds in that one. So it does make it interesting for these girls to try and keep track of where they're sitting in the field. So we'll have to wait and see at the end of the heats this morning who will make it through. But Ivy Miller stamping her spot with that 2:20.72 as that 18-year-old. Our fastest 17-year-old was our visitor there in that second touch, 2:21.110. So we're just waiting for those results to become official. You can see that marshalling room is jammed packed with swimmers ready to go this morning. We have so much action here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And hopefully some more Australian records to come tonight, Will.
I think so. We've circled a few that we're excited to watch. One that I don't think will get broken is the 16 years boys 100 backstroke, only a year old. We'll get into that in a second. 2:20.72 confirmed there with the results on the screen currently. We turn our attention to Heat 2 as we get ready for that race. Heat 2 of 4.
Take your
Yeah.
marks.
And now underway, of course. As we hit the water, you can see, again, all 10 lanes filled. Exactly what we like to see from the 17, 18 years girls. Isabel Sheldrick swimming out of lane 4, listed for Griffith University. And as they dive into the water here, of course, they would have seen that heat before. 2:20 the time to beat. They'll be lining up exactly against that.
Sheldrick with a great reaction time off the block there, 0.58. So fantastic to see. Now you can see on the screen right now those flags really blowing with the wind. So those backstrokers, before they jump in, they would have looked down the pool, saw that the flags are moving, and ever so slightly come to the adjustment into that turn. But turning through Sheldrick in lane 4, 32.01 on that 50. And that second position, Arnell right next to her in that 32.58, that third position out there in lane number 2, that 32.68. As we come down to that 100-metre turn, Sheldrick turning through in that 107.46, so very much of that pace of that first heat. Arnell there in that 107.82, and still taking over that third position over Crothers in that 109.03, but quite the battle in that third, fourth, fifth and sixth position, all sitting around that 109 mark. But strong out in front is Sheldrick. She's looking very centred in the lane wheels, so she's doing a fantastic job of this. But what a battle between Sheldrick and our visitor from USA, Arnell there in lane number 5, battling it out with each other. Not much in at 0.03 on that last turn. And she has taken the lead. Our visitor looking very strong out of lane 5. Arnell taking over from Sheldrick that has held the lead for 150 metres. And this is where she's been tactical in her race and being able to back end it. But Sheldrick's not giving up without a fight. She's really fighting down to the finish here. To come down under the flags. Arnell, our visitor, has taken out heat number 2, and we'll see what time she can produce. That 2:17.26. And Sheldrick, our Australian, in that second touch on the wall, that 2:18.78. Others with that third touch on the wall, that 2:21.68. So a fantastic swim for those ladies. That's a fast time considering that first heat was only that 2:27.2. So very strong from our heat number 2.
And you're saying on day 1 you'd prefer the wind be on the turn end than the finish end, though?
I think it doesn't matter too much in 200 backstroke. I think if it's down the other end, there's less changes you have to make, whereas if it's down on the finish end, you have to change your finish and your turn. So you're adjusting 2 different factors. Whereas if it's just the other end, you can sort of nut out that first turn. That second turn you should have nailed after that first one. So those results are now official. Our visitor taking out heat number 2 in the fastest time so far, that 2:17.26.
Excited to see those 17-year-olds really hit the water with no fear as they take out, as we called, the fastest time. The final seeded heat up next, full of 17-year-olds in the middle of the pool.
Take your marks.
And underway here, heat 3 of 4 in the girls 17, 18 years, 200-metre backstroke. Clara Karocki in lane number 4 for Norwood. Karocki. And Steinman in 5 for Nunawading. Clara with some great content to be released shortly on Swimming Australia's platforms.
Groshi doing a great job in 4, holding on to the lead, just looking strong. Is Kennedy actually out of lane 9, turns through second there in front of behind of Wilson out of lane number 3 in that 32.13. Groshi in that third turn spot at the moment in that 32.60. So quite the battle there with those girls. It's very hard for those middle lanes to be able to see where those girls are sitting on those outside lanes. It's easy to see the lane next to you, not so easy to see across the pool like it is in those freestyle events. So Wilson doing a great job in 3 as they come to that 100-metre turn. Wilson just in front of Kuroshi there in that 107.90, 107.93, 0.03 on that 100. Steinman in that third position at the moment in that 108.46. As Shaw moves into that fourth position from lane number 7. And this is where the girls in the middle of the field are really trying to make their moves. Kuroshi, they're really centered in that lane. Fantastic to see. It's always easier on the way down. On the way back, I feel like is more sun for these ladies as they take that last turn now. Kuroshi in front in that 143.87. Steinman now taking over that second position in front of Wilson in that third position as we come down to that last 50. Kuroshi doing very strong, moving well through this field. She didn't go out the hardest out there, but she's really extended on this lead now. She's only got 15 meters left to swim. No one's going to catch her at this point, but it is that battle for that second, third position between Steinman and Wilson, and Allen in 2, moving very strong, and Shaw in 7. As we have a look at that touch, Kuroshi taking us out in that 2:19.53 to take out heat number 3. Steinman second to the wall in that 2:21.28. And the third touch on the wall, Tien there in that 2:22.35. So another swim under that 2:20 mark for these ladies. So fantastic to see that from our 17-year-olds. The 17-year-old age group is going to be quite tight for those top 10 spots. As we move now to heat number 4. This is the final heat of the girls 7 to 18 years, 200 meters backstroke.
Take your marks.
They're looking to round out event 47 in emphatic fashion. Heat 4 of 4 in and underway. See a great battle this evening. As called before, we'll see a number of 17-year-olds vying for those finals positions. 17 years age group has really turned it on for us throughout this competition, and this is much more of the same. As they make their way through this opening 50, you can see the top of the screen there coming from lane 3. Sophie McCallum of Southport, the sole 18-year-old representative, turning through in first there, 33.62, 50-meter swum.
Tara Borelli there in lane number 7 looked very strong off that start, really powered through. Lost a bit of that momentum going into that turn, but still holding strong from 7. Like you said, Will, McCallum there in 3, holding strong. Moving well right next to her is Morton in 4 and Bowl in 5 as they come down to that 100-meter turn. Kalaki in lane number 2, moving well through this 100-meter mark as McCallum is in front in that 110.75. Borelli there in that second position at the turn, that 110.88. And Kalaki there in that third position at the 100-meter mark, that 112.15. But not much in it between her and Morton and Bowl and Ravensdale there in lane number 6. As we come down to the most important part of this race, that third 50, where you can't let up anything, you have to keep powering through that 50, and we'll see who gets that best turn here. And it is McCallum holding out in that 148.44, very tight with those third and fourth and fifth positions, but in that second place through that turn, 149.38. As we come down to the final 25 meters left to swim, can McCallum hold on to this lead that she has produced in this turn backstroke? We see the pace of these swimmers just slowing down as they coming into the wall, but McCallum doing a great job out of lane number 3. She will take heat number 4. She gets her hand on the wall first in that 2:26.88. And only 0.02 between our outside lane swimmers in that 2:28.66 and 2:28.68 for Kalaki there out of lane number 2. Tara Brunelli in that second position from lane number 7. So a fantastic job from all our ladies in our 200 backstroke. We'll see our fastest 10 17-year-olds and fastest 10 18-year-olds come back tonight and do it all again. And we'll see if we can get some real fast times out of these ladies. Anything in that 2:12 mark would be fantastic to see tonight.
Yeah, we really looking forward to the finals tonight. We now move into the boys 15 to 16 years, 100 metres backstroke. We've got 11 heats this morning. Obviously, again, this is a combined 15 and 16. We'll separate out for the finals tonight, but this combined age group really has led to some fantastic racing. So, the boys just waiting for the previous heat of the girls to clear the water. As we come down, I was having a quick chat with a couple of the athletes who were swimming the backstroke today and just saying the glare is real, especially on the way back. It really does. You do lose your place, and in those third 50s, making a big impact on the pace that they're able to generate. So now into the 100 back. Hopefully these boys can navigate that.
Take your marks.
So away in heat 1. So fastest qualifier there, Bryce Krause in the middle of the pool. Really strong start from him. So he's got a time of 57.02 coming into this meet. We know that's going to be a quick time. And he's got a bit of competition though. That outside lane, Thomas Simmons. He's going to look like he was going to touch second. It is Krause from Simmons. Hagenbart in for third. Fourth was Isaac Allen. Fifth, Harrison Burns. Sixth, Liam Paulson. Noah Kemp in outside 9 in for seventh. And now trying to get home as quickly as possible in that second 50. Wow. Allen in lane 5. Isaac Allen is really motoring home. He's gone over the top of Krause. Hagenbart going over 2. So Allen with a huge second 50. Finishes in a 57.47 in front of Hagenbart. A 57.63. Krause holds on to third, a 58.0. And then we go back to Simmons, Byrne, and Paulson, Dingwall, Brown, Kemp, and Ashcroft.
A very strong first 100 from these boys. Bryce Krause, a 15-year-old, so that 15-year-old time fastest so far, that 58.01. But Allen there with that 57.47 to take out heat number 1. So these boys are on fire this morning. And if you're not on fire, you unfortunately will miss that final because it is quite tough for these boys. Christopher Montana here in lane 3, Lucas Dunn
Take your marks.
in 5 very, very fast boys.
Yeah, combination of those 15-16s. So far, we've only had 4 15s in the previous race. In this one, there's 3 15-year-olds. So it leads to some great racing, but it does make it a little bit tricky for us to work out making those finals. Ted Chan turns first at the halfway mark at 27.89. Second through Lucas Dunn, who had a fantastic underwater off that turn. So Lucas Dunn with brilliant skills comes through and looks like he's going to be leading them. Touched second at the 50. But Whelm was third at the middle, then Harrison Main in the outside lane. So you've really got to get a hurry on. Chan has done that. And the two of them come down to the wall. Chan gets the lead back in the swim component, only by 7/100 to the second. So very nice second 50 from both of them. So Chan from Dunn, Whelm, and then back to Martin, Main, and Cole for 4, 5, and 6.
I would have really loved to have seen a new Australian record holder in the 50 breaststroke out there this morning in the 100 backstroke, but unfortunately wasn't in that one
Yeah, it was a notable absentee.
Yeah, as Chen takes out heat number 2, that 57.60. Lucas Dunn in that second position, 57.67. Lucas Dunn really does a magnitude of events. The freestyle, the butterfly, the backstroke, the IMs.
Yeah, it is remarkable. The breadth that he does, almost like a Lucy Ma. So, results there for Heat 2. Heat 3 now in the water. There's 11 heats in total, so roughly half of the field will be your 16-year-olds, half of the field will be the 15-year-olds, and the top 10 of each will go to the A final. Next 10 of each will go to their respective B finals. Off and racing in Heat 3. And some really nice skill work there from Aiden Ramos in lane 6. Push the full 15 underwater, and we know how important that is skill-wise to be able to do.
Very tight through that first 50,
yeah.
As Jagger takes that first turn in that 28.18, but really not much in it between Ramos right next to him in that 28.21. And that third position tied with lane 3 and 4 as they come down to the last 15 metres left to swim. And there is a battle on our hands here to take out that heat number 3. We've seen some really fast times already. Those middle lanes looking very strong as they come down under the flags. It's Chen that gets his hand on the wall first in that 58.31 in front of Shipsides there in that 58.40, and Jagger third hand on the wall in that 58.58. Geez, they came through on that second 50, Welshie, really strong.
Yeah, we've seen it before. It is the key to putting together a fantastic 100. It's almost an unwritten rule. Whoever has the fastest second 50, more often than not, wins the race. It's those little secret weapons. It's the breaststroke in the IMs. It's the third 50 in the 200s. It's the second 50 in the 100s. And it really is a theme going through these races. Heat 4 now in the water. A nice clean start from the swimmers in Heat 4. Over the boys 15 to 16 years, 100 backstroke. Looking strong our middle lanes as always, but Thomas Fitzpatrick really working this first 50. Xavier Miles potentially just with a little bit more pace in his pacing, I guess, in the start of the race. But if anyone, it's Angus Cran in the outside lane. He is really taking it to the rest of the field. He takes it through in a 29.03, 4/100ths of a second ahead of Brisbane and then Fitzpatrick. So the outside lanes really leading the way at the start of this race, and he's not relinquishing that speed at all. He's still going. The others are coming through strong now. Can he hold on? Angus Cran in that outside lane. I think it's going to be lane 6, Darcy Davis, with the best of the second 50. And again, with a second 50 of 30.0, he was clearly the fastest in the field. He had that second 50 was 1 second quicker than anyone else there, and he's the only swimmer under a minute. So that theme continues. Davis from Brisbane, Fitzpatrick, McDonald, your top 4 as we move now into Heat 5 in the water.
And a nice second PB for him too in that heat number 4 as we move now heat number 5, ready to go.
You've got to think that a personal best in an outdoor pool is definitely worth a little bit more in an indoor for backstroke. Beautiful, although the sun is, it does present some problems for these backstrokers. And doing a great job of getting himself out well is Park there in lane 4. He's really muscling himself out into the front. Getting a little bit tied up on the lane rope. We talked about the sun, and it's He's now moved back in the middle, so he's good. He's a bit tight onto the wall, though. That was very tight, and it's Moroney who, in the second 25, really brought that home. So it's the outside lanes. Moroney first, then Liam Tabone all the way out in lane 9. Parker ended up third. So coming down now, it really is a battle across the pool. I think Snyder's has probably made a bit of a push in this second 50. And Moroney's been pushed back to third or fourth, but it's going to be Snyder's in first, followed by Chiotti. Third ended up being Moss in lane 5. Then Moroney, our initial leader, and Jake Boyle rounding up the 5. So another case of fastest second 50 takes the win.
And two boys under that minute barrier, and they were sitting at that 101, so a fantastic job to smash that minute barrier in that 59.88.
So just going on our theme, the fastest second 50 back got first. The second fastest 50 back got second. The third fastest 50 back on the way back got third. It really is the differentiator of places.
I'd like to see if that continues.
Well, out of all the data I've collected, it's 100% correct as we go into the heat 6 of the boys 15 to 16 years, 100 metres backstroke. 11 heats in total, as we've said. So plenty of swimmers putting their name down to rip up this Gold Coast Aquatic Outdoor Pool in their backstroke leg. They're going down to the very small amount of shade they have on the turn. And it is lane 0, Max Moore at the halfway mark, 29.14. Again, the outside lanes, Moore in 0 first, 9 second. So Zabini out in lane 9, turns through second. Jack Keys was in third. Janasa in lane 8 was fourth. So it really has come from all sides. Max Moore, he touched first at the halfway. He is going to clearly touch first at the wall as well. This is going to be a great swim for an outside lane. A 1:00.47. I was really hoping he'd get under the minute. I think he was too.
He was powering to the wall too, and it was fantastic to see from out of lane number 0. We know that those lanes 0 and 9 are the toughest lanes to swim in as a backstroker, being right next to that wall. But Max Moore doing a great job of that 100 metres backstroke, touching in that 1:00.47 and smashing his PB. He was sitting at that 1:02.06, so fantastic swim from him. As we head now, this is heat number 7. 11 heats of this. A lot of depth in those backstroke events.
Take your marks.
Waiting on those boys in the middle of the field, King and Frame, to pull up. They were just long on that, but they had great reaction times, both of them at that 0.57, so very fast off the blocks. As they come into that 50-metre turn, those flags are moving, so they just have to make that little adjustment. But looking strong is King in 4, ever so slightly in front of the field here as he takes that turn in that 29.41. A great first 50 from King out there, doing a great job of this. Let's see if he can crack that minute barrier as he comes down to 25 metres left to swim. He's got a great stroke. He's not hugging that lane rope, so fantastic to see as he's now coming under those flags. He will get his hand on the wall first. Let's see what that time is. And just over that, breaking that minute barrier, 1:00.54 for King to take out heat number 7. Azuni there in that second touch on the wall in that 1:01.55 as Lawson King takes out heat number 7. Moving on to heat number 8. Is your second 50 fastest still?
Oh, I felt I made my point and I didn't check it again
Take your
because I was
marks.
afraid it wouldn't be correct again. So clean start there in heat 8. Really nice start there, lane 6, Chase Burke. The 16-year-old Adam McLean had a great start to the race. Now coming through. Now coming through is Angus Yule looking good and Rory Green. So Padfield out in 2. He looks like he's going to touch first. He does. And then Burke. So 29.39. Only swimmer, top 3 swimmers rather, underneath the underneath that 30-second mark. So Padfield from Burke, Van Dijk, and then Yule. So they're your top 4. And let's have a look. We know the importance of this second 50. So Chase Burke, early leader, and he comes home for the win, a 1:00.94. Second, right next to him, Angus Yule, and then William Padfield for third. I'll have a look at those splits just to prove my point. Actually, no, we won't, because it doesn't prove my point. So
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
no, it was close. It was like a couple of tenths in it, but still.
Still in that 00 at heat number 8, though, so fantastic to see if we can stay in that minute barrier. These boys are all sitting around that 1:03 mark in heat number 9.
Take your marks.
So a full field of 15-year-olds hit the water here for their 100 backstroke attempt at the 2026 Australian Age Championships. Thanks for joining us on Nine's Wide World of Sports, of course, for all your action at these year's champs. We look to the field. Currently on screen, you can see Knight just starting to move through, but the field going with him. Almost Strano out 9. That should take the lead on the turn. 6 pushing as well. Makira, it is the top 2 the other way.
So first through there, Adam Strano in lane 9, 29.72. So these outside lanes, it just makes it really interesting. I'm sure the swimmers in the middle can only see 1 or 2 lanes across, but these swimmers in the outside lanes that are absolutely dominating these heats. So Makira looking good in 6. I think he's going to touch first in front of Harris. Harris got there first, so 1/100 of a second, but he gets there. So Connor Harris touches first out of lane 8, and then Makira with a 1:01.40. Third through was Eek. And then Strano, our early leader, down in lane 9. So coming through now, this was heat 9, only 2 heats to go.
There you go, those second 50s are really paying off, Matt.
Yeah, 30.05 on the way back for our winner. And one of the fastest return trips. In fact, the fastest second 50 was a 31.34. No, it proves my point. Yes, the winner had the fastest 50. We will highlight that because it happens 100%. 80% of the time.
Whenever we call it out.
Yep.
Oh, great result in heat 9.
Take your marks.
10. Off and underway. A very impressive action there out of 4 for Spencer. And it's capitalized on through the first 15 metres. There's some serious intent there. I'd be interested to see how he went in the 50. He's flying through this first 25 metres.
Yeah, it's always interesting when someone goes out. Part of your brain says, oh, this is going to be great, he's going to be on it. The other part of your brain goes, I hope he doesn't die. And he comes down, he's got a monster lead on the field. He turns at that midpoint, does Spencer, in a 29.52. So only athlete underneath the 30-second mark. Second through, Fraser Nagel, 30.16. And Xavier Mote from Camberwell Grammar, a 30.66. So coming down now, moving right over to the lane rope is Spencer. So very common to see our swimmers on the way back, just taking that relative safety of the lane rope. And he's got a very nice long stroke. He comes down, looks very efficient and does a comfortable 102.45. So Spencer in first, then Nagel. Third through was Learmont. Aidan Tang in for fourth. Xavier Mote in for fifth. There's the results from that 10th heat. Up on your board, one heat to go before we move into the girls 15 to 16 years 400 metres individual medley. We've got 4 heats of that. And some big names coming forward. Heidi Schumack, our fastest qualifier. She'll be just out of screen, ready to come out for her next race. But it's Rosenfeld, Wills and Polton Gregory's turn.
Take your marks. Stand out, swimmers.
A little delay, and we sometimes see this in the backstrokers. Someone comes up a bit late, and the starter can't start until
Take
they
your
are
marks.
steady.
Steady now and off away. The 3 athletes in Heat 11 ready to rip round this pool for 2 laps of backstroke. Wills with an impressive reset there, but the best of the stars, Polton Gregory, through the 25-metre mark.
Yeah, these outside heats sometimes really deliver the best racing. There's virtually nothing between them on paper. About 4 100ths of a second. So very little indeed as they turn at the halfway mark. Polton Gregory with the early lead from Wills and Rosenfeld. But still nothing in it. This, I'd have to argue, would be the toughest leg of the two. Not only is it the seconds had a little bit more fatigue, but the sun is directly in their eyes. So the type of goggles, and you can get some great goggles that almost cause an eclipse in the of the sun to put that shade on you. So Wills touches first, a 103.66. Rosenfeld, a 104.36. And only 2 100ths of a second back. Polton Gregory in with a 104.38. So results now from our 11th and final heat of the 15-16 years 100 metres backstroke. Our summary of the top 10 swimmers. Now remember, this is the 14s, 13s and 14s, or sorry, 15s and 16s mixed together. So they will be separated out into the age group for the finals tonight. But it gives a good indication of the top swimmers this morning. Speaking of top swimmers, we've got a pool full of them for this next fastest heat of 4 for the girls 15 to 16 years 400 metres individual medley. As you said, Heidi Schumack, the fastest qualifier. She's also the title holder last year in the 15 years. Now as a 16-year-old, she finds herself smack in the middle of the pool again.
Take your marks.
So let's see how these athletes take to the water. This event is, of course, as was called, 49. The girls 15, 16 years 400 individual medley. This event has also been reseeded. There was 4 heats initially. There still is 4 heats. And as Matt called, Heidi Schumack racing out of lane 4. She's had a fantastic meet thus far, already taking home the gold medal in the 200 butterfly and the 100 backstroke. She was 4th in the 200 breaststroke, so it's a very well-rounded athlete, and that's why she leads us through, Matt.
Well, if you're going to have a resume to benefit your 400 metres individual medley, then Heidi Schumack has got it. The work in the 200 butterfly is definitely coming into play now. And looks so relaxed. Butterfly rarely looks easy, but when it does, this is exactly what it looks like. Very rhythmic, not much up and down movement, all movement forward. And perfectly timed onto the wall, a 104.93. So she's got a lead of just over a second from Rays in lane 7. Ostapenko in 3, and then Asquith down in lane 8 is your 4th. Dobby in 5th after the butterfly, and now into the backstroke. Looks like Ray's in 7. She touched first after the butterfly. Looks like she's just making a nice little lead on those around her at this stage, but it really is Schumack who's dominating this first heat of the 400 individual medley. We know lots of movement is going to take place in the breaststroke, as that is the biggest difference in speed. A good breaststroke to an average breaststroke has quite a lot of time difference to it. But Schumack absolutely putting on a clinic at the moment of how to do an easy 400 IM. If anything, she's letting Ostapenko back into the mix. So a little bit of both. Ostapenko with some fast splits, and Schumack just taking a little bit of load off the swim. She got herself out so well now, she can afford to take the foot off the gas a little tiny bit. But we're only halfway through this race, so with about a 3-second lead, Schumack to Ostapenko, back to Rays still, Donnellan, and then Dobby. 6th through was Lim. 7th was Asquith. 8th, Strawn. 9th through Campbell and Barry, rounding the 10 out for this first heat. Schumack continuing that strong swim out in front, and Ostapenko just off her feet, so about 2 body lengths now. Schumack back to Ostapenko. Great skills from all the girls. You can see a good 10 metres off the wall there from Schumack. Ostapenko not quite as far underwater, but Schumack looking great in this breaststroke leg. Look how much distance she's getting in each of these strokes. That efficiency so important. That camera angle making them look much closer than they are. Schumack does have about a 3-second lead, or did at least, at the halfway mark of this breaststroke. We'll see what that gap is like now as she comes into the wall for 100 metres of freestyle to go. So she touches in a 3:46, and it's still around that 3 seconds. So now into the faster stroke. Yeah, that gap is going to widen even further. Both of the girls with breaststroke splits in the 42s. Strawn, probably the fastest breaststroker in the field. She had splits of 40.9 and 41.9. So a very nice breaststroke there from Strawn to bring herself up into 4th. Ray still holding on to 3rd, and Ostapenko clearly in 2nd. Lim in 5th, moving herself up into 4th with a very strong freestyle. In fact, made up the best part of 3 seconds on Strawn after that breaststroke. So Lim coming back into it and probably looking to try and nab 3rd from Rays, but I think Rays is going to hold on. So is Schumack. She touches the wall in a 4:55.89. Second, Ostapenko in a 5:00.88. Then Rays holds on to 3rd. Lim in for 4th. 5th was Dobby. 6th, Strawn. 7th, Donnellan. And now coming through 8th, Campbell. 9th, Barry. And 10th, Asquith. So great swim there in the first heat of the girls 15 to 16 years 400 medley. And Heidi Schumack playing that game that we were talking about before, looking very nonchalant. Just a nice easy 400 IM in the morning.
Well, it's crazy to think that the only stroke that Schumack hasn't shown out on here at the Age Champs is the freestyle, but she did come home in a 1:08. So I think that is certainly another strength. I don't know if there is a weakness for Schumack.
She had one of the fastest last 50s, came back in a 33. Most of the others 34s, 35. So still pushing hard.
See what the answer here is in Heat 2 as we make our way down the pool. A reseeded heat, as we touched on, for event 49. So good to see all 10 lanes once again filled here, and they are making a very intense start down this opening leg. McClellan in lane 4 for Brisbane Grammar, up there with the best, as well as Dory Lee for Chandler. They've produced some great distance performances at this event thus far, as has our leader, Annalise Matthews for Rocky City, 30.35 on the turn, and they make their way back down this opening 100 of Butterfly. We've talked throughout the broadcast about how important it is to be so efficient, especially at the start of a 400 IM, the easiest speed, probably the most important part of this Butterfly, especially as you go from strength to strength. The way that the race being swum now on an international stage, being absolutely obliterated by Summer McIntosh. She's taken all the records away from Katinka Hosu and Yishi Wen as well, and with good measure. Such a strong athlete that is so versatile through each stroke, but especially in that Butterfly. Turning through first, though, 105.54 is Mackenzie Wyeth. So Rocky City holding down the first two positions between Wyeth and Matthews in 3 and 8 respectively. McClellan in the top 3, though, out of lane 4 for Brisbane Grammar. 106.63 on the turn. If we look now on the screen, you can see McClellan just taking the lead ever so slightly. A really impressive backstroke as she gets both shoulders out, rotating nice and high, really extenuating her stroke, making sure that entry points is the top part of her arm pull, and then engaging the lats to get her through the water as quickly as possible. Right on cue there, in fact. The camera operator must be taking some bribes as we see McClellan just tear it down this second 50 of the backstroke. Oh, so efficient. Once again, that camera angle a little bit decisive as we go through the halfway mark. It's been an impressive backstroke here from Eloise McClellan, the only athlete under the 40 seconds in the opening 50 in the middle of the pool. Sophie Gretorix out of lane 8, moving through quickly as well, moving in fact into third position as they go through the halfway mark. White still sitting in second, but that momentum clearly transferred here for Brisbane Grammar's McClellan as she opens the first 25 of the breaststroke, once again showing some great technique and drive through, as we've seen throughout the championships. Good breaststroke looks easy, and that's exactly how McClellan looks as she goes down this opening 50.
Yeah, this breaststroke leg is just so important in the individual medley events, and in the 400, having 2 laps of it, it really does stretch out any advantage that you may get. It was very good backstroke there from McClellan, though. She was the only swimmer in the 37s. Most of the other swimmers in the 40s. And with that good 3-second margin on the majority of the field, her lead has just been extended. So this breaststroke now, again, one of the fastest breaststrokers in the field. I can't see anyone catching this gap up in the freestyle as we come down to only 2 laps to go. It's McClellan from Lee next to her in lane 5, Wyeth in lane 3. We then go out to Greatorex, and in fact, it will be enters. Oh, so Wyeth goes through 3, 4th through will be now Greatorex, 5th through Whiting as they touch through, waiting for all of those touches to come through. Whiting then enters, then Larkin. 8th through was Tube, then Matthews, and Doyle in 10th spot. But with 50 metres left to swim, it was a very dominant display by Eloise McClellan, getting faster and faster as the race went on, with an absolutely decisive win in this second heat. 4 in total. It was a reseed, so we made sure that we didn't have big gaps in the middle of the field, and that has led to some much better racing. 5 metres to swim now, and a very comfortable last 100, it must be said, from Eloise McClellan. Still took it out of her because it is 400 IM. You can't do it that easily, but a 4:56.22 is your winning time from the second heat. Dory Lee in second, a 5:04.64. Mackenzie Wyeth, 5:05.40. 5:08.99 for Whiting in 4th. Fifth to the wall was Sophie Greatorex. So 2 more heats to go. As the results are shown on your screen.
Take your marks.
They do hit the water now. Once again, this event has been reseeded. Still 4 heats to swim in this event, but this being the third of which. One of the big movers, of course, in this event, we can see both Madeline Stewart and Layla Murray move into this third heat from the fourth, being able to race with some exceptionally quick swimmers. 5:11.80, the fastest through for Arabella Johnson of Geelong. The lead will sit in 3. No, in fact, it's Isabella Broderick leading us through for Cruise. 31.84 on the turn. You can see that technique once again, just driving herself forward. A very strong athlete, Isabella Broderick, and doing a fantastic job down this second 50. Well, one of the early contenders is Maya Help of Marion in lane 3. South Australian, again, on the screen there, doing a fantastic job to keep those hips really high, driving herself forward. Breathing 1-1-2 pattern into the wall, so just trying to get as much oxygen down in this opening 100 meters of the 400 IM. It is still sitting, no, it helps in fact turning in first there ahead of Broderick, so the order flipped on that second 50. Often the case in this 400 IM is the opening 50 of each stroke, the advice from the coaches, just setting up the technique and then working that second 50. It's also exceptionally hard on your physical systems to swap strokes. So a 50 opener just lets you settle in, and then you do have to work the wall on the turn, and that's exactly what Helps is doing here, but more so Hennessy in the middle of the water, in the middle of the pool, in fact, moving from 6th into 2nd on the turn.
Yeah, coming down now to the second 50 of this backstroke. Helps Hennessy, Broderick, just stroke for stroke, just managing their energy. It's is so important to make sure that you've got enough fuel in the tank for the second 100. The breaststroke really takes it out of your legs. The freestyle, you're going to be trying to suck in as much oxygen as you can after swimming the 100 fly, 100 back and 100 breast. So they've got to make sure they're managing their energy. Hennessy with a nice second 50 of the backstroke, touches first. Second through Helps, then Broderick. Miller, then Pearson. So all the field through now at that halfway mark and into the all-important breaststroke leg. Got a real battle here in Heat 3. The girls 15 to 16 years, 400 individual medley. And the breaststroke is where it's going to be won or lost. So looking strong in the middle of the pool, but the challenges are coming from all over. So Helps looking good in 3. Hennessy had that lead at the halfway, but I think she's relinquished it to Helps. She touches first, Helps second through Broderick. So Helps from Broderick, then Miller. Fourth through Hennessy as they're all going through now. And Pearson in for 5th, so she's had a strong swim as well. Murray with a nice breaststroke legs as well has brought herself back up and in the mix. But it is Maya Helps with the fastest breaststroke split so far. And Arabella Johnson trying everything she can to get herself back in, but with the lead that Helps has got, she's going to need a lot of help herself. So 3:58.66. Helps takes them through first, then Broderick in a 4:00.09. Third through Miller. And that really did separate them. Going into that breaststroke, there was a line across the pool. Probably every second lane was almost even with each other, and that really separated them. So great breaststroke leg there from Maya Helps. One of the fastest breaststroke splits in the pool. In fact, the fastest. So 244 points for her breaststroke legs. And now into the freestyle. She's done the work she needed to do. All she needs to do, she doesn't need to go any faster than anyone else in the pool. Just the same pace, and they'll never catch her. So no more energy needed to be spent from her. But I've got to say, Taylor Miller didn't get the memo, and she is storming back right next to her in lane 2. Also looking very strong in lane 6 is Isabella Broderick. She was third at the last turn, and it's going to be between Miller and Broderick to get onto the wall, but Helps makes it. Broderick in for second, Miller in for third, Hennessy fourth, and then Johnson, Pearson, Murray, Stewart, Sushames, and Mifsud in for ninth. Sorry, and then Sushames in for 10th. So that was a great 400 IM. The pacing just so important there, and the girls having different strengths and really pushing their aerobic ability. Final heat
Take
now.
your marks.
That's right, the fourth and final heat hits the water. Just 4 athletes with this event being reseeded. On the screen there, you can see Lucy Reid. Now, Maisie Graves for Nunawading. As we make our way down this opening 50, we keep an eye across the field. 5:16.77, the fastest through. The qualifying time for the 16 years age group, 5:15.94. So if these athletes are able to get underneath that time, they'll put themselves well in contention for qualifying for next year's Australian Age Championships. Jordan, in fact, of University of New South Wales leads us through as the last qualified athlete into this event. She's doing a fantastic job to show out for the University of New South Wales through the opening 75 metres, but as on cue, Carol Gelopoulos in the water again and swimming strongly out of lane 4, looking to take the lead as they move down to the 100-metre mark. There are some very strong clubs represented in this fourth and final heat. And moving to the backstroke, it is Jordan still with the lead, 108.15.
Yeah, nice butterfly leg there from Jordan. Kalogeropoulos really coming through in this backstroke leg. We've spoken many times about the conditions here. It is absolutely gorgeous here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. In fact, obviously all of Gold Coast bathed in sunshine. And that sunshine, so nice to be out in. A little bit tricky to do backstroke in, though. So looking up towards the sky, not a lot of markers to judge your swim off. And impressively in the middle of the pool there, there's Catherine Jordan as she touches second, Kalogeropoulos first, Reid third, and Maisie Graves in fourth from Nunawading. But getting the best of this backstroke leg truly is Kalogeropoulos. She's got the fastest splits, a good second or more ahead of Lucy Reid. And Jordan holding on to second, but that lead evaporating, that second place evaporating during this backstroke leg a little bit to Lucy Reid. So fantastic backstroke legs there from all of the girls as they all now go over into the breaststroke. And that lead out the front, a good 3 seconds for Kalogeropoulos over Jordan. Couple of seconds back for Reid. And then Maisie Graves in lane 3 is just off the pace a little bit.
Four athletes lined up here in the final 400 IM. It's a tough old event on day 4. It gets tougher as the comp goes on, but as called through, that second 50 backstroke for Kalogeropoulos, the difference maker at this stage, but 45.12. Just a fraction slower than Lucy Reid on that second 50. It's not going to be enough unless Reid really steps up in this second 50 of the breaststroke to come over the top. see exactly how it plays out as they come towards the end. Matt, you've had some experience racing in outside pool yourself, 2004 Athens Olympics, of course. What do you prefer, inside, outside?
Oh, as a backstroker, inside for sure. Getting so much more information of where you're at, your placing, your pacing, everything. It does make a huge difference. And I've raced in a number of outdoor pools, and doing backstroke, you do have to adjust your head position just a little bit higher, and that unfortunately drops your hips and slows you down a little bit, and it can get a little bit tricky, but the girls are through that now and through the breaststroke as well. Kalogeropoulos with some great splits in the backstroke. She really made her mark in the backstroke. She was strong in the butterfly, very strong, but the backstroke she had the biggest gap to the other swimmers. She held on. She was virtually the same through the breaststroke legs, and now into the freestyle she's able to match or better the speed of the others. So as long as you're not convincingly slower in one leg to the other, as long as you can match them in most of them and beat them in one, you're destined to be able to get out in front, and that is exactly where Kalogeropoulos finds herself. With one stroke onto the wall, she touches in a 4:38.78. Reed in second, 5:18.58, and ends up being quite a little battle for third place. So we'll wait for final confirmation of those times. But Kalogeropoulos in first, then Reed, Jordan and Graves. So we'll just confirm those times, those placings, before we move forward to the next event. And the next event is down the other end of the pool. We have the boys 13 to 14 years, 50 metres backstroke. We've got 12 heats of it. And with so much attention on the 50-metre events, now that they are going to be into the Olympic program, we're getting faster and faster times. So still waiting for those results from the previous heat. But we're getting faster and faster times in those 50, and there's so much more attention on them. We've been getting records. We've been getting some very quick times, breaking those markers. Don't want to call them barriers of 30 seconds, 28 seconds. But they are markers, and it's been great to see. So it looks like we've got confirmation of those results. Here they are on your screen. And these 50 backs, Em, these are going to be dynamic, aren't they?
Yeah, a bit of change of pace from that 400 individual medley into the 50 backstroke. So all about that speed. How quick can you get that hand on the wall? Can you get the right start off the blocks? All those things come into play right now, and it comes down to the smallest of margins in these 50 events. As we have a look, it's your boys, 13 to 14-year-olds, 50 metres backstroke. We have a strong first heat ahead of us, as we're just missing one swimmer, I think, from lane number 5 there.
Yeah, Hantong Wang. We didn't see him in the 100 freestyle, now unfortunately withdrawn from the 50. Hopefully he's okay and a speedy recovery. There's still plenty of action to come at these age championships, and he has been a star already for Nunawading. The first of 12 heats is called through by M. Ready and raring here on the backstroke start.
Take your marks.
So we hit the water and expect this to be fast. The fastest through, 27.76. Electric swimming from Xavier Tay to qualify for Warringah. You can see that coming through already. 25 metres swum. There's a battle on the near side of the pool led by Busenhout, but it's all lane 4 here. Xavier Tay, we keep an eye at all-comers record, 27.01. He goes under the flags and onto the wall just outside, 27.56. 28.37, a lightning fast 50 there by Xavier Tay. Second, 28.41, goes the way of Gardner. In top three, Thomas Irvin finishing in the 28.94. But some serious pace to start off our 50 backstrokes. 27.3 gets it done.
A very fast first 50 for those boys in heat number one. That 27.37, the leading marker so far from Xavier Tay there. As we move now to heat number two. Just waiting for those results to become official. Those Australian records pretty fast there from Bryce Krause, who's swimming earlier in the program tonight in that backstroke event. As those results are official on your screen, we move now to heat number two. The fastest qualifier in lane 4, Smythe there, Archie Smythe, at 28.01. Let's see if he can crack that 28-second barrier in this heat number two.
Take your marks.
Off to a flying start, these boys in the 13 to 14 years, 50 metres backstroke. Some great underwaters from Smythe there in 4. Linus in 5. Very strong as they come down to 25 metres left to swim. Just stuck on that lane rope, Smythe there in lane 4, holding on to that left-hand side. As he comes down under the flags, he will get his hand on the wall. Let's just double check. He does in that 28.06. Linus in that second touch on the wall, 28.29. Hatchard in that third position on the wall, 28.37. It got pretty tight just under the flags there. And he was able to get his hand on the wall, Smythe there with that 28.06. So not enough to break that 28 barrier, but it's certainly enough to come back and have another crack here tonight. That 28.06 taking out heat number 2. As we move now, heat number 3 at the blocks.
The fastest through in this heat, Isaac Ishmael of Surrey Park, the fastest through for tonight's 100 freestyle final as well. So we'll see how the double goes this evening. Should they make it through Surrey Park with Ishmael in 4, the youngest, or the fastest 13-year-old in 5, that's Ethan Carr of Western. What a start it was from Ishmael, though, and he's capitalised as he goes through the 30-metre mark. You can see just the power in each stroke, slightly caught on the lane rope, but half a body length should get it done to Nana Watting Zhu. That will be the top 2 as they hit the wall, 28.31. 28.92 for second. Rounding out the top 3, Blake Allen of Emmanuel. It's a scary sight to see Ishmael 28.31. You can see just rubbing the lats there. Must have got caught on the lane rope. Should he swim directly down the lane tonight without being imposed by the sun, we could expect something very fast. So the potential for a couple golds tonight for Ishak Ishmael. And we'll have to wait to see exactly how the field lines up against him as we wait for these results to be confirmed. Pretty happy, Ishmael there for Surrey Park, as he deserves to be. 28.31, just 0.2 off his personal best. Considering he hit the lane rope, that should get him through and near the middle lanes as we turn our attention back for Heat 4.
Your marks.
The boys are off. This is heat number 4. Some fast times already. Those 28s looking very firing this morning as these boys in the middle lanes really pushing through here. And they're looking very strong as the last 25 metres. It's very close between these swimmers, but 4 and 5 battling it out. Denholm and Crowling there in those middle lanes looking very strong. Cowling there with the win on the wall, that 28.93. 29.48 from Denholm in lane number 2. lane number 4. And Villaman there taking out that third position. That great job from those boys from heat number 4. That 28.93 leading through that heat number 4.
Good to see the winner there, right at Cowling, wearing the arena goggles. Arena, proud partner of Swimming Australia. Really appreciate their ongoing support, and in conditions like these, those tinted arena goggles, nothing better in the game.
Absolutely, definitely need those tinted goggles this morning. Very bright out there with the sun, as those results are official there. Cowling with that first touch in heat number 3, 28.93. As we move along now, heat number 5. We have 12 heats of this.
Putting the officials under pressure, those quick starts as we move, as said, to heat 5. Linus Richardson in 4. So Woden Valley represented through Richardson. A good start coming here from Worley in lane 8. You can watch at the bottom of the screen there. He's working very hard. Ripple St. Mary representative, and coming through now is 3. That's Beverland of Toowoomba Grammar. So heat 5 on the lines. Toowoomba Grammar battling with Ripples St. Mary's, and it's going to go the way of Toowoomba through Beverland as he comes down to stop the clock. Just a stroke to go. No, touched out. A great finish there by Worley. And he claims it as well. 29.67. Absolutely ecstatic with that one, Jesse Worley, as he deserves to be. Again, wearing those Arena Cobras. Good to see those tinted goggles spurring him on, and he's pretty happy about it.
Yeah, coming in very handy, the tinted goggles this morning. It's interesting to see whether those younger swimmers will change to not so tinted tonight, as the sun won't be a problem. But we move now to heat number 6.
Take your marks.
And some great starts across the field for those boys. Very long on the water there from Stubbins there. In 4, very strong with that dolphin kick as he powers through this 50 metres backstroke. They're coming down to 25 metres left to swim. And it might be those outside lanes coming through there as they come down under the flags. Gray looking strong into ever so slightly in front of the rest of the field. As it comes down to the touch, it will be Gray that takes that one out in that 29.53 there. What a great swim from lane number 2. Harris out in lane number 8 with the second hand on the wall in that 29.84. So great job from Gray out of lane 2 and Harris out of lane 8. Those outside lanes dominating in those later heats. And a 29.53. First time under that 30-second barrier. So fantastic swim from Xavier Gray there.
So here is heat 7, ready to race.
Take your marks.
Long hold, but they're off and underway. Good to see a number of strong school programs represented here. Oliver Collins in lane 9 for Knox Pymble, a good start, but moving through is 3. That's University of Queensland's Cudmore. So Cudmore in a battle with Billy Mayne on your screen for Wodonga City once again. You can see the battle on the top of the screen as well through Hanley and Zhu. So 5, 4, 1 and 0. That is the order of the top 4. No, in fact, Louis Cudmore gets in 3rd, but the win goes to Samuel Hine in 5 for St. Peter's Western. Wodonga City gets 2nd through Billy Mayne. Louis Cudmore, University of Queensland, rounding out the top 3. Confirm results, 29.65. So as we move through to Heat 8, it's going to be a challenge for these athletes to get under that 30-second mark, and Hine showing us how it's done.
I love seeing it. It's fantastic for these later heats to be cracking some really good times, and we see some great PBs from those later heats as well. So we'll see some more in this heat number 8 now.
Take your marks.
And they are off in heat number 8. Fantastic underwaters from these boys. Was great in lane number 6, Gill there, and Thatch in 4. As they look down that pool, you can see caught on that lane rope was lane number 4 there. Poppins really hit that lane rope hard. As we come down to under the flags, Thatch in 3, very strong onto the wall. He will take that touch in 29.67. Great job under that 30-second barrier. Bull in 2 there in that second touch from lane number 7, 29.95. And Gill from lane 6, third touch on the wall. And Poppins really hit that lane rope very hard in lane number 4 and finished out 10th. So sometimes that's enough to deter you to the finish, and it's all about getting everything right for a 50. So if you hit that lane rope, it's very much the distraction as we head now. This is heat number 9.
Take your marks.
The last couple of 14-year-olds in the water here for heat 9, leading the way. Cooper Ravel of Miami swims from lane 4. No, he doesn't. In fact, he's not racing. It's Christian Marks of Nunawading making his way down the pool and doing a fantastic job. Out in lane 0, though, Hayden Nolan of St. Andrews hoping to sneak away with the victory here. He's holding on. It's a tough race, though, and moving through is Marks and Borg. It is Borg, in fact, Jed Borg of Novocastrian on the wall in first, 29.96 underneath that mark. Pretty pleased with that one. Again, with those tinted goggles. Second, going the way of Nixon as we get our confirmed results. And I've always been curious about this fact. When you're swimming backstroke, especially outdoors and you're on the lane rope, do you ever touch your competitor's hands?
Sometimes you can notice that they're there. It might not be so much of a touching of a hand, but you might feel the pull from under the water. So, yeah, very important to try and center yourself. But if not, hit that lane rope, stay with it. Heat number 10. These boys are firing here in the 50 metres backstroke. Great underwaters from those boys in the middle of the field there. Smith with a cracking 15 underwater from lane 4 as they power through this 50 metres backstroke, coming down to 15 metres left to swim. It's anyone's race at this point as those outside lanes are looking very strong. We're coming down to that touch on the wall. Who can get their hand on the wall there? And that 30.58 cracking swim from lane number 1. Lane number 5 in that second touch on the wall, 30.76. In that third place from our swimmer in lane number 4 there in that 30.88. So fantastic swims from these boys. As that top time from heat number 10 is that 30.58 from our swimmer from lane number 1. And all those boys doing a fantastic job in that heat number 10 as those results are official on your screen right now. That 30.58, 30.76, 30.88.
Heat 11 ready to race now as we move through. One heat to come following this conclusion.
Take your marks.
So we're missing lane 4 again as heat 11 gets in the water. A great start coming out of lane 6. Using the time under the water is Hugh Sutton and Norwood. He makes his way down the field now. You can sit here with Lee of Camberwell Grammar. Camberwell Grammar having a great meet, and Lee certainly looking to extenuate those circumstances. He's got just a narrow lead. Pushing through, though, is Norwood Sutton in 6th. The battle for the win will come from those two. Think will go the way of Norwood. No, it doesn't. 0.1 separates Camberwell Grammar. Get away with Lee on top. Kim gets second, in fact, out of lane 1 for Camden. And Hugh Sutton settles for third, 31.28. So we get our confirmed results. It is as it was. 7 athletes across and the final heat to come.
Your 12th and final heat in the water, ready to go. Zhang, White,
Take your
McLaughlin
marks.
here. The boys are firing in this 50 backstroke. This is your 12th and final heat. The 13 to 14-year-olds, 50 metres backstroke. Flying to 25 metres left to swim. Looking strong is Zhang out there in 3. White holding on in lane 4. McLaughlin in lane 5. Battling to the wall. It will be Zhang there out in front in lane number 3, who will get his hand on the wall first at 31.00. White in that second touch, 32.30. McLaughlin with the third touch on the wall, 32.74. And that rounds out the boys are 13 to 14 years, 50 metres backstroke. We stay at the 50 end now because we have the girls 13 to 14 years, 50 metres freestyle. We have 14 heats of this. Heat number 1 coming out now. Those Australian records very, very fast in those 25.35 for a 13-year-old, and for a 14-year-old, 24.74.
That was that the time that it took to win gold in Delhi by Elaine Kukula?
Absolutely would have been. And the 2009 one, you would think maybe a super suit.
Jeez. We'll see.
I mean, crazy to think a super suit for a 13-year-old, but they were out and around then, so definitely could have been at that point in time.
Well, Elaine Kukla, certainly one of those athletes that shone through at such a young age, and I mean, 24.74 to break that record. I mean, broken Kate Campbell's record to do so. Like, that's an incredibly tall feat. We have here, though, on the blocks, the first of 14 heats. Underway here, we have our reigning title holder swimming from lane 4 for Miami. It's Roxanne Appleton, and she's done a fantastic job off the blocks, but she's got plenty of company. Nixon, Davis, Bevan out in lane 2 as well. But the class starting to come from lane 4 through Miami. It's Appleton that's half a body length and building into the wall. A classy swim here, stopping the clock. 26.27. Just outside her personal best entry time, 26.27. Nixon in second. Bevan of the Lily variety in third out of lane 2. 26.92 gets it done. We have here our confirmed results. It is exactly how it was, which we like to see. No disqualifications in Heat 1. Appleton gets the job done, 26.27. And we move through very quickly, for Heat 2.
That's right, that 26.27, a great swim from Alberton there in that first heat. Nixon, only 13 years old, so 26.85, the leading marker for a 13-year-old as we head now. This is heat number 2, smashing off to a good start there. Clemenson in 5, Hanifi in 4, very strong on that first 25 as we come down to the last 15 metres left to swim. Quite a battle here. Haas doing great in 3, but Hanifi out of 4, holding on strong as she will touch the wall first there in that 26.84, 27.14 for Haas there out of lane 3. And our third touch on the wall was that 27.19, but really not much in it with the rest of the field there, so quite tight to make those finals tonight. So some really solid swims here this morning in the 50 metres freestyle, but we knew it was going to be tight this morning. Those 50s are about getting everything right, and you really can't let anything go now. Just noted that Lim out of 4, our third fastest qualifier, is not on the blocks.
Diving in here, the Heat 3, the final seeded heat. We are missing Charlotte Lim after an impressive 200 metres individual medley this morning, but the field certainly making up for it. Lucy Ma has been prolific through the championships, and Annecy Lyles of Rackley, swimming strongly out of lane 5. In fact, she's up there with the best of them, getting challenged by Teven in lane 0 and lane 1 Neo, but it will go the way of Isles as she stops the clock. 27.17. Lane 1 through Neo and Teven in 0, rounding out the top 3 there. 27.1, just off the pace that we've seen thus far, but still an impressive performance as we have here. Now, the official results, you can see Isles on top, just 0.03, so very close.
Very close with those girls, and a lot of those girls swimming so many events at these championships, so big days for these girls racing. As we move now, heat number 4 in the water. We've seen some cracking times already in the 26s and low 27s. We had a great start there from all those athletes. As we come down to 25 metres left to swim, it is a battle out there, looking strong. Shipsides in lane 1. Also another outside in Hill in lane 8, very strong onto the wall. And we see who gets a hand on the wall. It is Hill out of lane number 8, 26.94. Shipside out from lane 1 in that second position, 27.05. So another 26 mark there for our swimmers in heat number 4. So fantastic to see that. As we move now, heat number 5 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Off and underway is heat 5. You can see just missing lane 1. That is Wong from MLC Aquatic, but the rest of the field fighting hard. And second, Maya Harris out in lane 7. Casey Chua looking to be the best of them. In fact, it is Harris as we come down with 15 metres to swim, just holding off the field. Moving through is Bethel in 5, but it won't be enough. Harris should take the win and does. 27.28 for Bond. Second is Bethel. The late charge coming from Ambrose Tracy. And then Barr in third out of lane 2 with a 27.57. Good swim, capitalising on a fast start there for Maya Harris for Bond. Fantastic sprint freestyle program on the blocks though. Heat 6.
Take your marks.
The girls are firing here this morning. Great underwaters from our swimmers in lane 5. McKay there, brilliant on that underwater. Same with Daly in 6 as they fight down the last 25 metres, battling it through, upping that stroke rate, making sure they can get that hand on the wall first. It will come down under the flags, very tight across the field here, ever so slightly, maybe lane 0 as we come down. It is Meshner out of lane 0 that takes it out, 27.62, just in front there. Only 0.03 for that second touch on the wall, and 0.012 behind was that third touch on the wall. So a very tight battle for those ladies in heat number 6. As we come down now, heat number 7 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
What does heat 7 have in store for us as they hit the water and swimming underway? Great start from Wiley in 5. That's the Lakes College representative Phoenix. Well represented in 6 by Audrey Harrison. But it looks to be the best of the charge out of lane 0 once again. Out there is Claire Dewa. Claire Dewa looking to capitalise on that fast start all the way to the wall. It goes a tie. 27.67. Too close to call. Dewa and Harrison splitting the lead. Georgia Wheeler rounds out the top 3. 50 freestyle proving once again the better the start, the better momentum, the more likely to touch the wall. The simple equation, as Matt put it yesterday, if you want to win, just swim fast.
Get everything right, get that start right, get that underwater right, get that depth right, and you are on track for a great 50 freestyle. And we see so much depth in this freestyle. 14 heats, one of the biggest heats that we've ever seen. The 14 is pretty up there with the most amount in an event. As we move now to heat number 8. You are taking that heat number 7 out in that 27.67 with Harrison touching the wall, dead heat. Not often we see that. As we're just waiting for those girls in heat number 8 to get set onto the blocks. Cracking morning here on the Gold Coast. The sun is shining. It's not too many clouds out there. It's beautiful and warm, but not as warm as it has been. There's a bit of a breeze, so nice for our athletes to not be in that blazing sun.
Nice for our commentators too, but also nice for our officials who have been pretty tireless with their time to be sitting out in pool deck.
Yeah, very, very thankful for the amazing volunteers and officials that we have here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. They've been able to be here for some really long mornings of racing and then come back and do it again tonight because they just love the environment here at the championships. Watching these young guns really excel in their events, break some Australian records, smash some PBs. A lot of smiling faces here on the Gold Coast too, so fantastic to see all these boys and girls enjoying the moment as well. Sometimes that's easily forgotten, to enjoy yourself. It's sometimes taken away by the thoughts of swimming PBs and trying to win those medals. But with 14 heats, certainly quite tough.
So the action continues here on day 4 of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. Thanks for watching us on the Wide World of Sports, Nine's Wide World of Sports, of course. So there you can see what is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the action. Thanks for joining us for Nine's continued coverage of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. This is day 4 of the event. 4 still to come at the conclusion of today. Plenty of action left today, though, as we once again get ready for the 50 freestyles heat up. Heat 8 up next.
Exciting action that we've already seen this morning. Some really good racing on offer tonight. Some really fast 50s already. 26 mark looking very tidy for these girls this morning in the 50 freestyle as we welcome heat number 8 on the blocks right now.
Take your marks.
And we are back with the action here in the 50 freestyle. These girls doing a great job in heat number 8. Some cracking times already. We'll see what these girls can produce. 25 metres left to swim for these ladies, as it's really going to come down to the line here on this 50. Very tight final here as we have a look. Maybe ever so slightly zero, but those middle lanes fighting back. And they did fight back in that 27.80. Lang with the second hand on the wall, 27.84. And 27.89 for Delaney there. Wow, what a swim. I thought the outside lane had it, but ended up 5th. Because those girls in those middle lanes really fought through in the last 5 metres. of that 50 metres freestyle. So you can see those results are official. 27.84 taking 8-0, taking out heat number 8. As we have a look now, heat number 9 is getting ready to go. And sometimes it's for those athletes to be a little bit adaptable there in that heat 8. They did have to wait for a camera to be fixed, but were able to come off the blocks and fire there in that heat 8, which was great to see, because sometimes it is hard to be adaptable and anything can happen. We are outdoors, so we've had great weather, but a storm could always roll in, change things for these athletes, or rain, a bit of rain, and they could keep swimming, but they have to be adaptable in being able to change their race plans because of factors outside of their control. Best one that ever happened to me is I got stuck in a traffic jam in Doha during the World Short Course Championships. Instead of taking 45 minutes to get to the pool, it took my bus an hour and 45 to get there. I missed my warm-up time. I put my suit on in the bus, ran off the bus, straight into marshalling, and the only time that beat me was a world record. So, you know, you just can't let it get to you, especially for a 50.
I love that. Happy for sure to be beaten by a world record, but great result. Good story as well. Thanks for sharing, Em. We turn our attention to the blocks. Here is Heat 9 off and underway in this 50 freestyle. Heat 9 of 14, of course, so still a fair bit of speed to come as we look to the pool, a mix of 13 and 14-year-olds battling down this 50 metres. A great swim starting to be formed here out of lane 5 as well as lane 8. That's Georgina Kurnow looking to steal the show for the Highlanders. Under the flags and onto the wall. No, the race goes the way of Georgina Kurnow. 27.51 gets it done. Sarah Anderson in second there. Good swim for lane number 4. Ambrose Tracy's had a fantastic 50 freestyle. Rounding out the top 3, you can see there is Sophie White with the results made official. We turn our attention back to the starting blocks with Heat 10.
Heat number 10 of 14 on the blocks, ready to go.
Take your marks.
The girls are away. This is heat number 10. Some cracking underwaters there. Some really good starts off the blocks. Miller looking great in 7. Brown in 6. Very strong as those middle lanes are trying to fight back from those outside lanes. We come down to 15 metres left to swim. And who can take over this lead? Looking strong out there. Haywood in lane 0 as they come down under the flags. Who will get their hand on the wall first? It is Haywood out of lane number 0, 27.89. In front of Shine there in lane number 4, 27.94. A great battle for those outside lanes. We've had a fair few winners from that lane 0, Will. Let's see what this heat 11 can do.
Highlanders.
See if lane 0 can get it.
Yeah, Darwin represented in lane 0 here, so Highlanders taking out the last 2 heats, so I'm sure that coach Ryan Steenkamp will be up and about. As called, let's see what lane 0 has for us in store, though. Darwin represented through Semjowan, 28.59 the time through. You get a shot down the pool there. Moving through the field is Sophie Clifton in 4 for Albury. Sophie Clifton, the best of them, half a body length and building now with 15 to go. The win will come to lane 4. Stopping that outside smoker party is Albury's Clifton. 27.93 gets it done. Second going the way of Waterhouse. Famous racing name, of course. 28.48 in second. Dartler rounding out the top 3, 28.50. We get the confirmed results now, and you can see a very good result. No disqualifications, 29.00 rounding out the field. But we move now. Heat 12 of 14 ready to race.
Number 12 coming out there. We've had some really strong 50s.
There's been fantastic action here in the 50s. 13 and 14-year-old girls really lighting it up as we get ready for Heat 12. And pretty much just 13-year-olds from here. The previous heat, just 13s. And on the way down, the qualifying time for the 13-year-olds are 28.8, and the qualifying time for the 14-year-olds are 28.2. So all these times just outside the 28.2. As Heat 12 now. In the water. So fast reaction there from Ava Richardson in the middle of the pool. And she seems to have just the slight edge on all of them. Maeve Moore probably just starting to make a bit of a move. Sophie Rolls in the outside lane 0 looking strong as well, but it will be Moore who has just put in that little bit more to get to the wall in a 27.96, 28.12 for Richardson. So marginally behind. Birding in lane 7 got in third. And Moore, they're getting underneath that 28-second mark. So she came in with an entry time of 28.6, and she's taken best part of a second off that time. As Heat 12, 3 more heats to go, 14 in total. Heat 12 is now 13, now in the water.
And the girls are off in this heat number 13. Firing here in the 50 freestyles. We've seen some really fast times. All these girls sitting at that 28 high range. We'll see if anyone can sneak under that 28 barrier or even in those 28 lows for these girls. As they come down under the flags, the battle is in the outside lanes again as we have a look who can get the hand on the wall first. It is Stephanie Box out of lane number 2 to take out heat number 13 in that 28.56. Our swimmer from Miami there taking that win. Meriton's in that second touch on the wall, 28.69. Third touch out in lane number 8. Sanders there, that 28.71. Those outside lanes doing very good this morning. That 28.56.
That was a very close heat. Heat 13, less than a second and a half between first and 10th in that heat. And as we come up now to the final heat, 14 of 14. And the last of these 50s. Next event up is the boys 15 to 16 years, 400 metres freestyle. There's 7 heats of that. Amazing to think that 70 of our 15, 60-year-old boys have put their name down.
Take your marks.
But into the final heat of our 13 to 14-year-old girls 50 freestyle. And again, nothing separating these athletes. In fact, coming into this meet, for these 9 athletes in the water, there was 0.02 of a second, 2/100ths of a second on paper separating them. And you can see why as they come down to the line. Hannah Keane onto the wall in a 28.24. Second through was Fraser, 28.50. And then 2/100ths of a second, Woodford gets in for third. So yet again another tight race in these final heats as we see the results confirmed for our final heat, and we should see a summary of our top 10 who will be moving through for tonight. The top 10 13-year-old girls will get the A final, next 10 the B, same for the 14 years. So tonight we'll have 4 more 50s. As we now welcome onto the deck the boys in the first heat of the 15 to 16-year-old 400 metres freestyle. 8 laps here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And new to this event, and we've spoken about it a couple of times before, Emily, that we've got lap counters down the end and a bell for the final 100. It's only 8 laps, but I think the confidence that you get as a swimmer, knowing that if you do, for whatever reason, just have a mental blank of where you're at. Am I in lap 6, or is this, 4, or wherever I'm at? You'll be able to look up, check the lap counter, know that it's not until the final 100 that you'll get that bell.
That would 100% be me. I know that. I would constantly be relying on the lap counter and the bell. But Lincoln Wearing out of lane 4, Australian record holder in the 800. We'll see what he can produce in this 400. I'll be watching that Australian record, that 3:41.83 from Ian Thorpe. Wearing in at that 3:48.15. So a bit of a drop, but I think in those distance events, it's easier to drop those bigger margins, especially when it comes to an Australian Championships age final. As Wearing takes the boys through there in that 27.18, looking very strong in the middle of the field there. Paulson with the second turn on the wall, that 27.37, and Pang out of 5 in that 27.48 for that first 50. As they find their rhythm and settle into the race here, that 400 free, it's that mix of endurance with that little bit of speed. As they come down to that 100-metre turn, quite tight with those 3 boys there. Wearing in that first position, Hamilton and Pang there, turning through in that 57.03, 57.26 and 57.49. So not much in it with those top 3 boys as they try not to let Wearing get away from them.
Yeah, always interesting in this part of the race. Just our athletes working out where they sit and the pacing, trying to get that just right. Got to keep the speed up, and it's exactly what we're seeing there. So Wearing from Pang and Hamilton, 1, 2 and 3 across, Lee in for 4th. So those 3 in the middle, and you can throw Lee into the mix for a 4th. Just trying to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Tan in lane 7 didn't have the best start. He was a good body length or so behind in the first 100, and that's really left with a lot of work to do. So Tan and Paulson there having a good battle for 5th and 6th. Paulson just getting on top of him there. Ison and Kelly on the other side of the pool in a similar position. In fact, so similar that Tan and Ison both turned at exactly the same time down to the 100th. And were equal 6th through. So little battles within battles, the 4 out in front. And it's Wearing who's made his mark now at the 250-metre mark. So halfway done and dusted, coming down to the 300-metre mark. Pang and Hamilton still neck and neck, but Wearing with a strong swim. He's the only swimmer to have split 29, so below 30 seconds for the last 100 metres. So he's really picked up the pace now. He's only had one swim, 150 metres, not under 30 seconds. That was a 30.2.
And those bells are coming in now. So last 100 metres for these boys. Like you said, Welshie, those 29s looking very good from Wearing out of lane 4. Very strong. Pang holding on ever so slightly for that second position, and that battle for that third position with Luke Lee and Hamilton in 6. Really fighting it out here as they come down to the last 50 metres. Wearing still sitting in those 29s. So the last 450s have been 29.85, 29.45, 29.68 and 29.86. So fantastic effort this morning, really putting on the burners here with 15 metres left to swim. Pang will get that second hand on the wall. We'll see what Wearing's time is. And he touches the wall in that 3:55.57. Pang in the second touch, 3:58.25. Hamilton, third hand on the wall, 4:00.36. And Luke Lee, that 4:01.90. So very tight racing out there in that 400. Lincoln Wearing looking very strong in the centre of the pool, that 3:55 5.7 there. Best time in the program, that 3:48.15, so still a little bit in the tank there. Paying our visitor under that 4-minute barrier, and Hamilton just on that 4-minute barrier. So 4 minutes 36 for Hamilton. As we head now, this is heat number 2.
Take your marks.
Heat 2 in the water. 8 laps of your best. The pacing is so important, and we really see the athletes here just try to separate themselves, just try to get themselves out, almost like a running race. You want to get yourself out in front of the pack and then settle into a rhythm. So this first 100 really can mix them up. And look, 50 metres in, there is already a good 2 seconds between the fastest in the middle of the pool and the rest in the outside. So we're already starting to see very small moves at this early stage of this 400. So Van Leeuwen through first, then Baxter, Wearing. So brother there from the previous, from Lincoln in lane 4. We saw them battling it out in the 1500 together. 4 through was Mora, then Mears. They swap. So Mears in front of Mora at the 100-metre mark. And then Brown, Thorpe, Yin and McDermott for the 9 in the water. But it's Van Leeuwen who's so far doing a textbook swim. And we saw before with Lincoln Wearing, he only had one 50-metre swim, 150-metre length that was not under 30 seconds. And having a look there just quickly across, Van Leeuwen is right on song. He's been 29.5 and 29.8, so we'll keep an eye on them as they go through. But there's a very similar swim to Lincoln Wearing. And you can really see he's really trying to break himself away. Isaac Wearing, though, Lincoln's brother, is trying for family pride to hold on. Van Leeuwen there with that 30.38 in that lap. And similar position. That was probably exactly the same lap that Lincoln Wearing didn't go under 30 either. So far, exactly the same basic pace in this second heat. 7 in total. I'm really impressed, I have to say. And boys 15 to 16, yes, it's 2 age groups, so there's probably sort of 3 heats of each. But I'm so impressed there's 70 boys in there that, you know, have done the work, have prepared themselves for this 400 metres freestyle, because it is a tough one. It's not just, you know, 50 butterfly sort of similar to 50 free, I'll do it. There's a huge amount of work that needs to go into a 400 free. And we can see it here as they come down. The bells are out for the final 100.
There's only 5 15-year-olds in these first 2 heats, so we know that those 15-year-olds will come in those later heats, so they'll still be looking to producing the best times they can this morning to make it back tonight to swim again. Van Leeuwen really found his rhythm. I thought in that middle 200 he really had a beautiful stroke. He's still got that long stroke now, but he seems to have brought in more of those legs. He is sticking with that lane rope on the other side, so maybe he's just trying to get away from Wearing so he doesn't catch on to that drag a little bit. As he heads through that last turn, he's leading through in that 3:28 to 8.4 in front of Wearing there in that 3:30.70 as they battle down for the last 35 metres of this 400 freestyle. So Van Leeuwen doing a great job out in front, trains at Nudgee College. He'll be in the 16-year-old age group tonight, which will be a very tight battle with Lincoln Wearing that was in that first heat, but he's just slowed down on his pace here as he touches the wall in that 3:59.64. Isaac Wearing in that 4:00.93. And Mears with the third hand on the wall in that 4:02.65. So only one of those swimmers under that 4-minute mark. We had 2 of the swimmers in that first heat under the 4 minutes. So that 3:59.64, a very fast marker for tonight's final. And a great swim from Isaac from lane number 3. That 4:00.93, very close to his personal best time. So hopefully tonight he will be able to crack that 4-minute mark in the 400 freestyle. But some good swimming already for these boys as we have a look now. Heat number 3 ready to go, just waiting on those results to become official. One of those times hasn't come through there in lane number 9. But like I said, only five 15-year-olds so far. So we know that a lot of those spots will be taken coming up in these later heats as those results are official from heat number 2.
It's almost a full-time job just keeping track of the age groups as they go through, but it's worth it because the racing that it's producing in the morning is much, much better.
Take your marks.
So third heat away in this 15, 16-year-old 400 freestyle for our male athletes. And everyone wants to have a good view of this. There's a helicopter going over the top of the pool as we speak. And what they'll see is Dane Raywood in lane 4 with a marginal lead in front of our second place swimmer. In fact, it's Paolmillo out in lane 9 who touches second, Skirman in for third, Kang in for fourth, and Matthew Moran, who had a very nice 800 earlier this week, in the 5th position. So very early days, yes, in this 8-lap race, only coming up to the second turn now. I do love those underwater shots. That's where all the action happens in swimming. Especially on those turns, trying to continue that momentum, bounce off the wall. We talk about bouncing off like a trampoline. The more power you have onto the wall, the more power you'll have off the wall. Kay Cooper there in lane 2. He was third at the 100-metre mark and looks like he's trying to make a bit of a move. He's now moved himself up into second. Raywood still holding on to first. And Paolmillo down in lane 9 is third. But a really nice strong move there from Kane in lane 2. So down to the halfway mark. And it's Low in lane 5, who's also taken a leaf from Kay's book to make that move. So it's Kay through first, Low in second, Paolmillo in third. And Raywood, the early leader, has dropped back to fourth. So he's dropped back about a second and a half, maybe even closer to 2 seconds, seeing he actually had the lead in front of Kay. So we'll see whether this is just him managing his energy for a real burst in the second 200. But at this stage, it looks more like Kay is going to be swimming further away. So Kay, Rogers now into second, Low back to third. Fourth is Paolmillo with Rogers moving himself up. And I think momentum's really on Rogers' side. Low has got the lead, but Ashton Rogers is looking super strong. So from Rocky City, the 16-year-old has come right up alongside. He touches second. The only 0.2 behind, though. With 100 metres to go, the bell will be music to his ears as he's timed this really well. So I think he's got the measure of Low in the middle. It's Kay right next to him, and they're breathing at each other. This is a real race over the last 100, and Rogers seems to have the legs to get up.
What a battle in this 400 metres freestyle. Rogers now taking over the lead in front of Kay. Low in that third position, turning through in that 3:35.50, 3:36.70, and 3:37.92 as it come down to that last 25 metres left to swim. Rogers really bringing in those legs there. Kay trying to hold on in that second position. De Bono there in lane 0, looking strong into the finish here as we come down. It will be Rogers that takes out this heat number 3 in that 4:05.77. Kay with the second hand on the wall, 4:08.39. De Bono out of lane number 0, taking out the third position, 4:08.65. A great swim, that 4:05.77 from Rogers there. He's written in the program as that 4:09.76, so a great PB for him. Ashton Rogers taking out heat number 3. As we move now to heat number 4. Still some spots left for grabs in that 15-year-old final tonight. Those 10 spots in the 16-year-olds looking very tight. Very fast age group. Heat number 4 is away, looking very strong out there. These boys, some really fast times already in this 400 freestyle. It's about trying to find that rhythm, that pacing. We saw Wearing in those really solid 29s for most of the race. And we'll see what these boys can do. They're all sitting around that 4:12 to 4:14 mark. So hopefully they'll be able to get some pretty solid PBs here as they take that first turn there. Those outside lanes really firing here this morning, 27.56. And in the middle, Johnson there in that second position, 27.75. And Mead out in lane number 9 in that third position, 27.82. Al Nasser was leading us through that 50-metre mark. He's now in that second position as Johnson has taken over the lead here in that 100-metre turn. 58.39 going through there. So great to sneak under that minute barrier. All those boys really holding on to some good pace here. They want to stay in those 30 points from now on. It's all about finding that perfect rhythm. Letting those legs just hang on there for that last 100 where they really seem to fire as if it's only 100 as they turn through now at that 150 mark. Very tight racing out there. Johnson's still in front. Koff has taken over second position and Brown has taken over that third position. So very tight with those top 3 competitors as they're coming down to that 200-metre mark. So halfway through this race. Do they front end this or do they back end this? Doing a great job. These boys out in front trying to pull away from the field here, but battling with each other. So Johnson's still holding off just in front of Koff there in that 2:01.62, 2:01.92. So that heat just before them turns through in that 2:00. So not far off that pace of that, maybe around that 4:06, 4:07 here in this heat. If they can hold on to this second 200, they're splitting around that 31 mark now. So it was 27.7 for Johnson, 30 point, 31. Let's hope he can stay into those 31s as he's turned through there in that 31.61. So a great split from him, turning through in that 2:33.23. Koff still holding on for that second position, 2:34.24. And Brown in that third position, that 2:34.34. So a great battle with these first 3 competitors, but battle in that 4th, 5th and 6th position as they come down to that 300-metre mark.
Yeah, the bells are out. And Johnson has done a great job to hold off the advances of Kopp and Brown. But the race is not over. He's got to keep going. I've got to say, Kopp looks like he's got a bit of momentum. He's lifted the rating. The kick is very strong, but Johnson's trying to match to make sure he stays ahead. Brown in for third. Cody said has moved himself up into 4th. He was a little bit off the pace early in the race, and he's stayed in there as the others have fallen away with attrition. So it's Johnson from Kopf. Brown said. So Zane Brown in for third. Liam Brown in lane 8 for 5th. But it looks like Johnson has done enough. So Mason Kopf with a really good last 100 to try and catch him. Didn't quite get there. 4:08.04. Caleb Johnson touches the wall in. Just over a second back. Mason Kopf in for second. 4:10.47 for Zane Brown. And then Cody said about 3 seconds back in a 4:13.43. Always a bit of an exhausting swim, the 400 free, especially when they just keep pushing him. Wouldn't leave him alone.
4:08.04 there, so a great PB from Johnson there to take out that heat number 4. He was sitting in the program at that 4:12.81, so absolutely smashed his personal best time there.
Take your marks.
So 5th heat now in the water. Another 8 laps for the boys. We're starting to move definitely more into the 15-year-old territory. The qualifying times for our 15-year-olds was a 4-minute 22.65. A good 4 seconds faster, the qualifying time for our 16-year-olds, a 4:18.5. So as we're getting closer and closer to those markers, we will see more and more of the 15-year-olds come through. Very, very even across the field. A couple of noticeable omissions there in lanes 2 and 7. But otherwise, it is almost like they are exactly the same distance they were as the gun went. Straight line across the pool. Lauder probably with a marginal lead in front of Haywood as they go through. Balderson in for 3rd. 4th was Chappell. And McDonald in the middle of the pool for 5th. So very much eyeing each other off, and we've seen this in a few races in these outside heats. They almost hold themselves back, not wanting to hurt. Bit of human nature and protection of just manage, and we can always push later. We don't want to hurt too early, but it does minimise that chance of going after that big PB, of getting the win. And if you're going to make a move, now's the time. It's exactly what Ethan Haywood looks like he's trying to do. The rating just seemed to have jumped up off that lap. We're coming down now to the halfway mark, the 200-metre mark. And that's a pretty smart time to make a move. So Lauder, the early leader. He's got some company in Haywood. So 2:03.1 plays 2:03.3 with Lauder to Haywood. 3rd through was Potter, 2:03.8. Balderson in for 4th. McDonald in for 5th. So all of these boys roughly in the middle. Line ball with each other, but it's Link Lauder out in lane 1 who loves the number 1 so much. He's doing everything he can to hold on to it. But it's not going to be enough. These middle lanes just pacing themselves beautifully. Haywood takes over, inherits the lead from Lauder. So Haywood now from Potter, Balderson, then Lauder and McDonald. These 5 at the front are really setting the pace. Chappell out in lane 0. Can see Lauder, the early leader, and doesn't want to let him go. Same deal with Brown and Lalane out in lane 8 and 9 respectively. But with 100 metres to go, Balderson has secured a small lead over Potter. They're trading blows. I think we've had a change of lead about 4 or 5 times now. And it will be Balderson racing next to Haywood, who's in 3rd. McDonald back in 5th. Potter in 2nd. Lauder trying his best to hold on in 4th, but it's hard when you're there by yourself. The racing with someone next to you, so much easier mentally and physical with the potential of riding waves. We saw that in the previous heat as they really pulled back to minimise that. Ethan Haywood now lifting the rating. The kick is coming in, but Archie Balderson really worked that third 100. And now with a comeback from Jake Potter, I think he's going to look for second. Although, will he get there? It's going to be a lot closer than I thought. Balderson does get there, not by much though. Ended up being 0.2 of a second back to Potter. And then Haywood McDonald, Lauder held on for fifth, which was great. Lilan in for sixth, then Chappelle. Brown for eighth to round out the rest of the field. So, fifth heat out of 7. Swum results on your screen. 2 heats to go. We look forward in the program. We go from this relative distance event in the 400 to some 50s. And they're always action-packed. We've seen many Australian records going already, and we might see some more. Lilla Ribo de Brizac, the fastest qualifier going through for this morning's heats. So it's the girls 15 to 16 years, 50 metres breaststroke. But 2 more heats of this 400 free to go. So
Take your marks.
in the water now, and another 8 laps for these 15 to 16-year-old boys. Nice little lead there from Levi Thompson. But as we've seen, Emily, it's this first 50 can be deceiving. They take it out hard, but the ones who pace it just right are usually the ones who come out victorious.
That's so true, but in those Open champs that we just witnessed, we saw a lot of those distance swimmers really go out after it and be able to hold on. So that's what it takes to be at that next level. But turning through Thompson in that first position, 27.62 in front of Bridie there in that second position on that first turn, 27.67. In that third position from Truman out of lane number 8 there, 27.76. As we come down to that 100-metre turn, Bridie has taken over the lead in that 58.67. In front of Thompson, that 59.22. And Ship out there in lane 0 with that third position on that wall, 59.48. Great to see a couple of those boys under the minute barrier on that first 100 metres. So we had 4 of those boys sitting under, 5 of those boys sitting under, with that 59.98 from that 5th position from Spark in lane 5. So very tight the first 100 as they settle into this race, the 150 turn there. So Bridie's in front, holding off over Ship in lane 0 there. The good thing about the freestyle events is these boys are able to take that opportunity to see across the pool, to be able to see their competitors and see them and use them as paces to help them. But Bridie doing a great job in this 400 freestyle. He's coming up to that halfway mark now. He's got a body length on the field as Ship's in that second position, but Thomas Bridie leading them through in that 2:02.13 in front of Ship, that 2:04.80 in that third position from Spark out of lane 5 in that 2:05.76. So very tight racing here for those positions from 3rd on to about 6th. Very tight racing indeed. As we head down the pool, you can see Bridie really fighting through this 400. He's looking very strong. He wants to produce the best time he can this morning. His time in the program as a 15-year-old is that 4:17.51. So hoping to do a big PB here in this heat number 6. He's really doing a great job with this 400. Still holding strong is Ship out of lane 0. So very good from those outside lanes. But Thomas Bridie really dominating this field at the moment. As he comes down to hear that bell now, he's got 100 metres left to swim and he's battled through a great 400 here. He's holding on for a really strong last 100. Ship trying to hold on to that second position and Spark in that third position. He's doing a great job. He's got 75 metres left to swim and he is really powering through this last 100 metres. Thomas Bridie's going to take out this 400.
So coming down now to 50 metres to go. He'll be loving the sound of that bell, loving the sight of that number 1 on the lap counter. He's done such a good job. His splits have been so consistent, holding under 32 seconds the whole way through. And Bridie Thomas now, he's got over the top of Thompson. Spark in second. Ship doing a great job out there in lane 0. He's been holding down third and looks to be able to maintain that to the wall, but it will be Bridie onto the wall, a 409.48. A good, strong swim. Second to the wall, Spark a 417, so about 8 seconds margin between first and second. Only a second back to third, which was Ship out in lane 0. Kalaki in for fourth. Thompson fifth. And then Pua, Kraft, Truman and Brueggemann bringing in the 9th. So results there from Heat 6. Our final heat about to dive in. And we talk about the advantage a lot of seeing the previous heats, even if it's just to get you in the zone. You know, being the first heat out, breaking the ice can sometimes be hard, but seeing the race before you, you literally can visualize it. You almost don't have to visualize it. It's happening in front of your eyes.
Take your marks.
So now into the final heat. Our athletes know exactly what they have to do, and seeing the pacing from the previous heats, they know they got that feel for how fast to take it out and what happens when you take it out too hard. We've seen a few who have taken it out really well in the first 100 and just haven't been able to hold on to that pace. Others who have held back and been able to come back to take that lead. And a strong swim here from Pizzoli in lane 8. 27.37 he takes them out in. And then Collitz takes them through third. Second was Prem. Reed in fourth. Tritus in fifth. So just the 8 athletes here in this final heat of the boys 15 to 16 years, 400 metres freestyle. And it's Pizzoli down in lane 8 who maintains that lead. He's the only swimmer. Actually, apologies, Reed was under a minute as well. So was Collett. So the top 3 swimmers under a minute. The 59.14 at the 100 metre mark. So Reed, Collett and Pizzoli looking strong at this early stage in this final heat. And Reed looking the strongest at the moment. He takes over the lead of this race from lane 4. And coming down now to the halfway mark. So still relative early stages, but this mid part of the race, really important to really stamp your dominance and separate yourself from the field. So now down at the halfway mark, they turn Reed. It will be first, then Collitz. And then Pizzoli. Fourth through was Prem. Fifth was Johnson. Collins in for sixth. Seventh through Tritus and Nijad. Holding on. He's right next to Prem, next to him in lane 6. And really needs to put his foot down to try and catch up to the leaders, because Reed and Collitz are almost stroke for stroke with 3 laps to go. They turn over almost identical, about a tenth of a second separating Reed and Collitz. But off the wall, Oliver Collitz from St. Peter's Western, I feel like he took the lead. So we'll have to wait until he gets to the wall to define it. But he's definitely picked up the pace. They're breathing away from each other. He's taken that advantage of breathing away to make his bit of a move. And again, the bell tolls for 2 laps to go. So 100 metres left for our athletes. in this 400 metres freestyle event. Our final heat this morning of the 400s. And Kollitz has done a fantastic job.
Well, it's really strong in lane number 5 in this final heat of this 400 freestyle. So doing everything they can to do a great time here this morning or this afternoon. They sit around those 419s, 422 marks. So really powering through that last 50 now, that 344.97 in front of Reed there, right next to him in that 346.49 as they come down to 25 metres left to swim, powering through. Kollitz there in lane 5 doing a great job of finishing nice and strong in this 400 freestyle. He will hit the wall first. We'll see what time he can produce. Flying through on this last 5 metres, he comes down, he touches the wall in that 4:16.35. 4:18.41 there, and that Reed there in that third touch with that 4:19.71. Great job from that last heat. Some great times from these boys in the 400 freestyle. Really producing the goods here in those distance events. So change of pace here again. We go from that 400 freestyle into some 50 breaststrokes. The girls 15 to 16 years. Those records for the 15 and 16-year-olds held by Sienna Tui. Some great times there in the 31.01 as a 15-year-old and a 30.58 as a 16-year-old. So cracking times as we have a look at our competitors. We have 14 heats of this, so a lot of depth in this breaststroke.
Well done getting through those 400s. And Matt, change of speed though as we come back in. Good to see the first of 14 with a full field of 10 working through. What a start it was from Lila Ribo de Brazac out in lane 4 for Newmarket races. We've seen how prolific she's been throughout the opening days of competition, and once more through the opening 35 metres. That record, 30.73 as called out, is the title holder time. Ribo de Brazac comes across 31.52. That is a lightning fast 50 breaststroke. Would be up there with one of the fastest all-time 16-year-old Australians. Lila cements herself.
Yeah, it was only about 2/3 of a second off that Australian record held by Sienna Tui. So she set that last year. And now moving forward, we see those results moving forward into Heat 2. The stage has been set from that first swim. So off and racing, we saw a great underwater split stroke from Lila Ribo de Brazac as she really dominated in that first 15 and extended her lead as she came down. And in this second heat, Emily Daunt with a great start, but really not a lot between them. They're swimming into a very light breeze here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, and it can make it hard in breaststroke. It's going to come down to the touch. It's going to be Dredge in 4. So Dredge touches first in front of McGrath and then Daunt. McCutcheon in for 4th and then Hope in for 5th as your top half of the field. We look at that time of 32.02 and puts that 31 mid from the previous heat into perspective. So nice swim there as always. Our top 10 15-year-olds from this combined 15-16-year-old swimming heats will go through to the final. Top 10. The next 10 will go to the B. Same for the 16. So there's 4 events tonight. They will be separated, but combining them this morning leads to some very fast racing as we see the athletes preparing for their next event in the marshalling room, and a few of the crowd sticking around to support their favourite swimmers.
We heard from Gary Barclay earlier in the meet, Matt, just how excited he is about these 16-year-old breaststrokers coming through. And I think we'll see a fantastic final. Dredge obviously leading the way in that heat as called through. Kwinana representative doing a great job with her coach Clark Carlson, in preparation for this meet. And clearly doing a great job to take out that second heat as the third hits the blocks here. And now underway is the third and final seeded heat, 32-27, the fastest through for Zunker in 4. And you can see the class coming through, already separating a gap to lane 2, currently lane 3 being vacant. And Zunker actually pulling away from the field here, body length. This is a dominant performance on par with what we saw from heat 1 from Lila Revo. And coming under the flags now, it will remain that way. Zunker on top, 31.93. So 31 mid, 31.9, 32.0, the fastest 3 16-year-olds thus far. That is a mouth-watering final as Maya finds herself on the big screen. Enjoy it. Zunker, Wide World of Sports, Nine's Wide World of Sports, covering these competition, and Maya Zunker showing us how it's done.
Yeah, came into this meet with a 32.27, so she's got underneath the 32-second mark, which is fantastic. And we're just waiting for confirmation of these times. We've got 14 heats of the 15-16 years 50 breaststroke for our female athletes. There's our results from third heat. And as you said, Will, the last of the seeded heats, but because it's combined, it really is only relevant for the 16-year-olds. The 15s still coming in these heats this morning. So nice start there in the middle. Warburton probably with the best of it. Kelly right next to her. And Roselli in lane 7. They all had very nice starts. Also looking good, Lily Chan from Nunawading in Victoria. She's looking to really push ahead from that field. Zoe Wright up in lane 2 looking strong, and I think it'll be right to the wall. It is, so a great swim from Zoe Wright. Touches in a 34.34. Second to the wall was Kelly in lane 6, a 34.66. Held on for third, 34.74, but not a lot between them. 3 100s back to Warburton there. You can see the results. In fourth she was. Roselli in for fifth, and just such small margins separating the fields. So heat 5 now ready.
Let's see how they wedge themselves in for contention this evening. A and B finals expected from this 50 breaststroke. Going strongly off the blocks, Eve Lawrence of Essendon. The strongest start than we've seen from their football club as of the first few rounds. Turning our attention through the 35-metre mark, you can see the middle of the pool getting led by Batista out of lane 5. And a late surge coming from McMahon at the top of the screen as well from lane 1. So who gets the hand on the wall first? It is McMahon from Somerville House, touching in first there, 34.08. Second, going the way of Wong next to her for Somerset. And top 3, Lawrence. So flank the entire field as we get ready for the official results. You can see McMahon on screen there, very happy with that performance, as she very much deserves to be. Big smile for the camera and racing with her competitors as Lawa Yong on the screen here for second, 34.42. So we should have the confirmed results very shortly. In fact, we do right now. We can see as it was McMahon on top, 34.08, and we turn our attention very shortly back to the pool deck for heat 6.
So 14 heats of this girl's 15 to 16 years 50 breaststroke. And 5 of them done already, heat 6. Really nice start there in lane 7, Macy Sheridan. She's really knows what she's doing. She's Commonly right at the front of the pack here at the Age Championships. Scarlett Malloy out in lane 8. And April Avery out in lane 1. They're battling through. I think it'll be Malloy, though, down in lane 8. They're coming to the wall. It really will be down to the touch. Malloy gets there. 34.18. Plays the 34.38 with Avery. Nash right next to Avery in lane 0. Gets a 34.67. And Faber in the middle of the pool. Left in 4th. So results there from the 6th heat. And comparing those times, yes, we have dropped down a little bit. Those first few swims in the 31s, 32s even. But we do expect that. But we're going for the 15-year-old finals and PBs, of course.
So a chance for the Heat 8 athletes to compete with the very best of what we've seen thus far. Swimming strongly is 4 and 3. That is Johnson and Budd trying to lead us through. Good start from Johnson of Geelong. Budd now pushing through out of 3. And the rest of the field being led by Bonnie Norton out in lane 9. With 10 metres to come, it still sits with Lara Budd, and it should stay that way onto the board. Nelson Bay, Rejoice, 34-34, gets the win here in Heat 7. Second going the way of Lug. Johnson rounding out the top 3 for Geelong. You can see on the screen there what a result it was for Nelson Bay. Lara Budd, just 15 years of age, dropping almost 3/4 of a second off her personal best. A fantastic result as we move through these heats. Heat 7 halfway swum. Still 7 to come, of course. Heat 8 about to come to the pool deck. And now we wait for those results to become made official. We look across this incredible field. You can see there on the screen, Lucinda Lugg in second, 35.03. Doing a bit of screen time up here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Conditions certainly turning it on here for day 4. Not quite loving the screen time.
So sometimes this happens if touchpad doesn't work or the backup isn't right. Sometimes we'll go back to the high-speed review. There are cameras poised right above the finish line, and the officials can go back and have a look at those high-speed cameras to determine a time, a place, and ensure that we get accurate times here at the heats. So they're looking for something. Maybe they're looking for the time, as the results are now shown. So Lara Budd taking that out, 34.34. Then Lug, Johnson and Wolski, as we now move into Heat 8.
Take your marks.
And we're away for Heat 8. Really nice start there from Ward in the middle of the pool. So swim around to lane 5. Really getting the best of not only the reaction, but also the momentum. They're starting to come back at her now, but with that advantage at the front, she was going to do everything she can to hold on. McKenna out in lane 1 is probably her closest rival. Also looking strong is Nash. In fact, it is McKenna. So McKenna gets in front by about half a second by the end. So fantastic swim in a relative outside lane from Madison McKenna. Emma Ward holds on with that blistering start to second. Charlie Henderson in for third, then Nash Bowie Forrest, as you can see. And those waves, the wind really has come in here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. The outdoor elements playing a part.
Time for Heat 9 to show us what they're made of. Crews well represented in this race from lane 2 and 3. Sunshine Coast Grammar as well in lane 1. That's where the battle is at the moment. 2 and 3 being led by 2. That's Leonard Hugh out in front in the fluorescent orange cap. You never miss a Cruise athlete. It's usually because they've swum fast, and they're swimming fast here through Leonard Hugh. It's going to sit that way onto the wall. Exactly, 34.46. Cruise in second as well. Sadler Pather. So some very happy coaches from Cruz, as to be expected. Third went the way of lane 0. Now it was Nana Cheltenham taking out the third position. So the battle on the far side of the pool, maybe even a little bit of a wind assistance on that side. I'm kidding, of course. There wouldn't be much difference made with the wind assistance in the pool.
Well, if they put up a sail, it might help, but as they go down for the 10th heat, and really nice underwater again from lane 5, Summer Groves. Georgia David also looking good in lane 3. She had a nice start. And looking across the pool, there's really nothing in it. Very often these breaststroke swims do come down to the touch, but this is part of the race where the swimmers will find their groove. Ella Jamieson has probably found the groove that she needs. She's got a good battle with Cook. Who's going to get there? It might be Cook. No, it is Jamieson. So very close in the end, but a great finish. Jamieson touches with a 34.99 under the 35 mark. Congratulations. Nice swim there from Heat 10. Lexi Cook in for second. Summer Groves in for third. And on your screen, Neeson getting in for fourth, but sneaking under the 35, always very, very welcome. As we move now into Heat 11. We're ripping through these heats.
Hitting the water with incredible speed out in lane 8. That's Cara Hocking of Camden. She is well underway as we sit here in the middle of the pool. You can see both Hughes and Roper with some work to do in the middle. Clark out of 9, just trailing a bit. Driver in 1, or 0 in fact. Really trying to make the impact felt now, though. Here comes Roper of St. Andrews, coming all the way over the top and taking the victory, 34.77. A fantastic second 25 from Willow Roper of St. Andrews. The cap has been everywhere this meet. St. Andrews cap well represented, well worn through a lot of the competition. Willow Roper gets the win there to round out Heat 11. Sumner Hughes rounding out the top 3. We turn to the blocks. Heat 12 ready to go.
Take your marks.
So 12 in the water. Not a lot between them as expected. On paper, exactly 1/10 of a second separated them. I can't separate the words, but hopefully the touchpads can separate the swimmers as they're coming down. Nice swim there in lane 2 at this stage. Karen Hu, she seems to have a strong swim, but coming out of Gordon in lane 7, it will be Karen Hu. She touches first to 35.43, just a 10th ahead of Charmaine Gordon. Emma Grave comes through for third, and Sophie Rogers in lane 4 gets fourth.
Two heats still to come here as we confirm there. Karen Hu, as was called on the line, the winner of Heat 12. Up next we have Heat 13. And all 8 athletes entered in this heat. Enter the water. Swimming strongly is Ferguson out of lane 8. D'Souza Cookson in the middle of the pool on screen to the right, representing Phoenix, training out of HBC Stadium in Perth. Just with some work to do and starting to get to it now. Greaves as well in 5, but the lead sits with 6 and 7. That's Ting and Cashman, and it should stay that way as they come down with 10 to go. There's a late charge from 3, but it'll be too little too late as Gemma Cashman touches the wall first there, 34.98. Olivia Ting in second for Brisbane Grammar, rounding out the top 3. The far side of the pool is Poppy Ashby of Highlanders, dropping a second off her entry time. A good result, great result for the results to pop up, in fact, as we get confirmation on Heat 13.
So final heat to go for the girls 15 to 16 years at 50 breaststroke. Just the 3 competitors to finish up our entry list here at the Age Championships. It's almost like a time trial. Mitchell, Van and Turner swimming in 3, 4 and 5 respectively. Almost stroke for stroke too. So 3/100ths of a second separating them. In fact, Van and Turner entering with an identical 36.23. So nothing could separate them on the entry. But if anyone's got the lead at this stage, it's Mia Mitchell from MLC Aquatic. As the 3 15-year-olds dive down to the wall, she touches in a 35.86. So first time under that 36-second mark. And she celebrates with her state teammate in Vivian Van. So that is the 14th and final heat. So the summary there of our top 10 times. And now we go from one of the shortest events in the 50 breaststroke to one of the longest, the boys 17, 18 years, 800 freestyle. 3 heats of these. They're timed finals though, and the fastest time final will be swum tonight. Well, we've had a reseed, I've just noticed. We've had a reseed, and there's only 2, so we'll have 1 this morning and 1 tonight. Testing the equipment down this end of the pool as the athletes line up for their 16-lap swim.
So I know that you said that we go to the one of the longest from the 50, but we do both of the longest this morning because we have the 800 and then we have the girls 1500.
Take your marks.
So in the water for the 16-lap swim for the 17 to 18-year-old male athletes. And we've just seen a whole host. We had 7 heats, I think it was, of the 400. Every single one of them delivered something slightly different. And we saw them really take it out strong. And then try to hold that momentum through. So we'll see what this timed final of the 17, 18-year-old 800 freestyle swim brings us.
So we know that we will have 17-year-old medals in that gold, silver and bronze. We'll also have 18-year-olds gold, silver and bronze. We have 5 of each in tonight's final. So 5 17-year-olds, 5 18-year-olds. So it really could come down to this morning if these guys are able to produce some really fast times here this morning. Turning through Algeropoulos there in lane 8, 59.68 for that first 100. Those outside lanes, they're doing a great job. So Grand from lane number 9 in that second position, 59.71, and Hamid there in that third position in 59.80. So they were leading us through in that first 100 metres, but it's an 800-metre race. So we see that lead change occasionally through that 800. We haven't seen anyone really dominate from the start and be able to hold true on that finish. As they come down to that 200-metre mark right now, you can see that lead has been taken over by Woods out of lane number 2, doing a very strong job in that 100 metres there. He turns through in that 2:03.10. He's taken over the lead. McCormack from lane 6 in that second position, 2:03.92. In that third position now, Kalogeropoulos moved from that first to that third position in that 2:04.03. As they really settle into this race, we have the lap counters, we have that bell on that last 100 metres, so plenty of opportunities to make moves in an 800. But Woods doing a very strong job of holding out the field in that lane number 2. McCormack still holding on for that second position, and quite a battle for that third, fourth, fifth position with those boys. Quite a tight race so far in the 800 freestyle. We might see it change as we get further into this race, but these boys still battling out for the best time they can produce this morning. They're sitting between that 8:37 and an 8:44. So quite tight for an 800 metres. And that's because we have those two age groups together. So most of this field is 17 and one 18-year-old. So they're battling through that 300-metre mark now, that 3:06.89. So Wood still holding on to that lead in front of McCormack in that second position, that 3:07.38. And we have that tie for that third. So Hammond and Kalogeropoulos there in that third position together. They've just made a move, so Hammond's just taken over. But Woods is still strong in that lead position out of lane 2. McCormack still holding on for that second position. So the best thing about the freestyle events, and especially the distance, is those boys are looking directly at each other on that 50. So they both can see where each other is sitting, and they're using each other to pace off. So McCormack now taken over the lead from Woods, but it is very close between these two boys. They turn through in that 4:11.53 and that 4:11.67. Reaching that halfway point now. So who is going to make their moves here in the second 400? Do you split this up into 200s? Do you split this up into the two 400s and try to back end this race? So they're holding strong with those pacings. Around those 31s per 50 for McCormack. He had 150 in the 32s, and that was the 50 just before. So holding strong with that pacing. Woods there has dropped into the 32, so the last 3 50s he's been sitting at the 32 mark, so that's why McCormack has taken over the lead there. As we come down to that 500-metre turn now, McCormack powering through. He's almost 2 seconds ahead of Woods here. That 5:14.82, 5:16.98 for Woods.
Of course, out in front, Oliver McCormack representing Melbourne Vic Centre. So he trains with Craig Jackson. Such a great distance freestyle program. That's where Mac Horton trained for all of his career, or most of his career at least. And now Nick Sloman, a perennial member of the Australian Dolphins team as well. He's trying to crack into that pool team in the 1500, but certainly well and truly established in the open water team. So we know the McCormacks come in prepared. As we look to the field, as we mentioned before, this has been reseeded down from 3 heats to 2. We had 22 athletes entered through the heat. It's good to see these combined age groups. In years past, we've often had 11 competitors entered into an 800 or a 1500-metre freestyle, which means one person, unfortunately, misses out on swimming in the final and has to swim the heat by themselves. But good to see that these athletes have got a little bit more competition this year, and McCormack not wasting that opportunity. As you said, he split this very smartly. He came out of that 400-metre turn and just hit the wall with intent. 31.47 off that first 50 into the second 400, and he's just stayed consistent there, now building that lead to second by over 5 seconds and continuing to go through with another fast 50 there, 31.79. So I think he's done it exactly as you called it, and he split this into 4 200s, and we are watching that final 200 in action at the moment.
He's powering through here in this 800. It's been a fantastic race for him here, McCormack, in lane number 6. You can hear that bell now. He's spurred on for that final 100 metres. Oliver McCormack, I don't see him anyone catching him in this last 100 metres. Woods there with a great turn onto the wall as he comes into that last 100 metres. And the battle in that third position now, there's about 4 boys trying to get to that wall in that third position. And McCormack trains with Richard Slate at Melbourne Vic Centre. A fantastic program. He really developed from that St. Peter's program and now taken it into Melbourne Vic Centre. So exciting things to come. And a great swim from McCormack here this morning, powering to that wall with the final 15 metres left to swim. He'll definitely take the win, and we'll see what time he is able to produce. Now that second position is Woods out there in lane number 2. But McCormack with the win in that 8:22.90. So a great swim from McCormack here this morning. His time in the program is at 8:41. So absolutely smashed that time here. And Woods in that second position in that 2:35.86. And Kalogeropoulos there in lane 8, taking that third position in that 8:40.86. A fantastic swim for those boys in that 800. It is hard out there. It's almost 1 o'clock here, so the sun is blitzing this pool. Makes it quite hot for these boys out there in that 800, but a fantastic swim from Oliver McCormack to take out that heat. So those times will be counted tonight, and we'll see what those boys can produce in that final swim on the program tonight. That 17-year-old time. Fastest this morning, Oliver McCormack, that 8:22.90. We know there's 5 17-year-olds in tonight's final, and that 8:22.90 puts him in a good spot to possibly get a medal. As we have a look at the next event on the program and your last event this morning, this is your girls 17 to 18 years, 1500 freestyle. 3 swimmers.
So obviously tonight we will have the first of the time final. This is the second. Which means there are 13 swimmers. Interestingly, of those 13 swimmers entered in the 17 to 18 years 1500 freestyle, 10 of them are 17 years and 3 of them are in the 18 years. So if you're 18 years and you've entered in this race, you've guaranteed yourself a medal, but they will be racing for which one. Now, interestingly, again, Olivia Bates, in lane 5, swimming right now, is a visitor from the New Zealand club. So her medal will be determined by how tonight goes. And we have Felicity Walker and Macy Bouzeville, our 2 18-year-olds, swimming tonight. The rest of the field will be in that 17 category.
We've seen a lot of medals too from these distance events be able to come from those morning heats as well. So they still need to put on whatever they can do this morning, do their best job to put them in a good position for a medal, for medal contention tonight. Because at 1500, yes, they may have faster times in the program, but these girls could do an amazing time and break that personal best times by big margins here and be able to put themselves into medal contention.
Yeah, we just saw that in the previous race. McCormack taking a good 20 seconds off his 800 rather. So if you can take 20 seconds off your 800, potentially 30 or 40 seconds off your 1500 is possible. Not easy, but possible. And if you do that, you've dropped yourself right into the thick of it.
So we see a lot of our visitors being strong in those distance events. So Bates in lane 5 from New Zealand, very strong in those distance events. But Chandler is known as that distance program too. They have obviously our famous Wearing twins, and they also have Ava Gasky, so they are very strong in those distance events. Chandler Aquatic Centre. So Holly Fleming will be very hard to beat there in lane 3. Madison Brand doing a great job in 4. The 1500 is tough on these athletes. How do you break it down? Do you break it down in those 500 increments? Do you think of it as just 100 at a time? How do you mentally get around this race? Because these athletes are so mentally tough. We spoke about it the other day. One of the hardest events out there to just stay mentally in the race the whole time. They're swimming for almost 18 minutes, so a long time to just be in your own thoughts. So using those girls around around you, and they're doing a great job of staying together and really battling in this top 3 spots. So Fleming taking them through at the 300-metre mark in that 3:22.82. Brand in that second position, 3:23.62. And Bates in that third position, 3:24.63. But really not much in it for a 1,500 at the 300-metre mark.
It's interesting what you said there before, Em, about the athletes representing Chandler here at this competition, but also Chandler's produced so many good distance swimmers like throughout the generations. There's sort of clubs that are known for certain events, and Chandler's certainly been one of those for the 1,500, 800 freestyle all the way through their existence. Why do you think clubs can earn a reputation like that?
I think it's really changed over the last few years that Chandler has developed into this distance program. Back in the day, it was very much that sprint program. Libby Lenton was there. There was,
Jodie
well,
Henry.
Libby Trickett now,
Libby
but
Trickett,
when
yes.
she was swimming, it was Libby Lenton. Jodie Hendry was there. Kristen Springer was there. It was quite a sprint program, so it's really developed.
Very high performance in that, the hundreds, 200s.
It has, and I think because Chandler is just, it's gone under a lot of renovations. They've added that outdoor pool. They've added into, the Winter Olympics program with the ski tower that they've now built. They're really strong in the diving out there. So I think it's just a great hub to be a part of. There's a lot of athletes going in and out of Chandler Aquatic Centre, and they just have really good depth too in that age level. And they always have. They've always been strong at that age level, and they just know how to bring them through the ranks into that open level. So, yeah, it's a fantastic program, Chandler Aquatics.
I personally love the Chandler pool. We've had so many great meets there over the years, and obviously built for the Commonwealth Games back in the 80s, but it's always been a hub of performance here in Queensland, but so too has this outdoor pool at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. We've held many championships here, from Pan Pacific Championships back in, is it 2014, I want to say?
2014
The
in
Pan Pacs
August
here.
when it was freezing cold and raining.
I wasn't going to mention that, but it was still held here, and obviously plenty of national championships and even trials for meets. It's been incredible to add to the already strong history of swimming in Queensland.
So we've passed that 500-metre mark as they're coming into that 550 turn now. So Holly Fleming doing a great job out in front there. But look at the battle between Brand and Bates. They're holding on neck and neck with each other in that second, third position, just changing every 50. But Fleming trying to pull away more from this field. She's let those legs go compared to those other two competitors in 4 and 5. So Brand and Bates really having a great battle with each other there as they are breathing opposite directions now. So they're not breathing towards each other. They do on the odd 50s, so they'll be able to see each other more. But they also can take that sneaky look at those turns as well. Holly Fleming takes that 600-metre turn now.
You were talking before about the backstrokers and, what you can see. It's hard to see in backstroke. People sort of think it's actually easy. Your face is up. Surely you can see something, but there's so much white water around you that with your arms going over that you don't really get a chance to look to your side to see what's happening. And, the argument is you should probably think about yourself, but it's always handy knowing what's going on. I would actually have a look in the turns. When I would turn over, I'd have a look on one side, and then I would stay slightly on my side and look across the pool that way. And you get a really good idea of where you're at. I would try to work with 15 metres off each wall, so I had a good amount of time, a good 5 or so seconds underwater where I could look across, take my time, see who's doing what, and that would spur me on. It's exactly what happens here when they look across with each breath, and they now, again, in these even-numbered laps, are breathing away from each other, and would often see a change in speed in depending if they're racing each other or not. And Olivia Bates is taking the opportunity to throw down a couple of fast 50s to try and get herself away from Madison Brand. Holly Fleming has well and truly left them at the 700-metre mark.
We know Bates, the 18-year-old in this field, will win a medal from this morning's swim. So there is only 2 18-year-olds in tonight's final. So Walker is in there in lane number 3. And Bouzeville is in there in lane number 8. So if she produces a very fast time this morning, she will get either a gold, silver or bronze. So that's why she's really pushing through. We're at that halfway mark now. So she's really trying to push through, trying to catch Fleming, but Fleming is just powering through. She's really brought back her legs ever so slightly. She brings them in quite strong for a little bit and then lets them relax again for another little bit. As she comes into that 800-metre turn now.
So past the halfway mark here in the 1500. So our female athletes racing 30 laps here of the pool, and that is 16 laps done. So over halfway, and you'd have to think that now that we're in the second half, the tactics will change slightly. And you said before, do you break it up into 100s, 300s, 500s? I think hundreds are probably a bit small and probably not enough differentiation between each one, but you could make a fairly good argument for maybe the first 100 being a little bit different and then settling into some 400s and then allowing yourself a little bit of space at the end to really push it, maybe the last 200 to really build it.
I always got told when racing the 1500, you should aim to descend those 500s, keeping in mind, of course, the first one would be faster. But as we move through to 900 metres swum, the final 500 metres was always taught to back end each 100. So just giving yourselves those micro goals of each 100 as you approach the end of a race is so important. Similarly, when you're out on a run, and like you were this morning, Matt, just picking off little goals so you don't look at the 500 metres in totality, because that would be absolutely screaming internally at the moment. So just picking off sub parts of the race to work through, give that self a goal, and then, okay, focus again. What's the next part of the race? How do I attack that? And then before you know it, you hear that bell, and you won't have much left in the tank, but you've got to just lay it all on the table.
Olivia Bates there has really left Madison Brand behind. They were neck and neck for a good margin, and now Madison Bates very much in the middle of Fleming and Brand. So Holly Fleming still with some fast times. In fact, her last 50 was almost identical to Olivia Bates. So they're keeping the pace up, and that early speed that we saw from Holly Fleming, she's just now leveled out and just maintained that position yet again. The two girls within 2/100th of a second on that last 50. So Fleming and Bates holding station, not making any gaps, not losing any. And Madison Brand trying to hold on to them. But a good point you made there before, Emily, that doesn't matter what Olivia Bates does. She's getting a medal. It just depends what colour she's taking home back to New Zealand. If she swims fast enough, she could move herself up into a higher position. Just depends on what is swum tonight. Her medal will be determined by placings of the two in front, the two 18-year-olds who will be swimming tonight, but their placings will be individual because Olivia is a visitor. So they will affect hers, but she won't affect theirs.
As we have a look at those Australian records, 17-year-old Australian record set Lani Pallister a 15:58.86. That is a cracking time for a 17-year-old. The 18-year-old record, just a little bit off that. That's 16:05.46. So
you don't often see that, do you? The lower age group faster than the higher age group, but 7 seconds apart is not huge, and I guess it comes down to opportunity. The race that they're in, the quality of training that they're in, And Lani Pallister, one of the best that Australia's produced in those distance races.
Emily Smith, very strong over those distance events. She sits at that 16:47.10 tonight for that final, hoping for that 17-year-old junior Pan Pacs qualifying time, which is at 16:39.85. So she'll really be pushing to get a personal best tonight in that final. As Holly Fleming doing a great job of this 1,500-metre freestyle. She comes into that 1,200-metre turn now. But Bates has reeled her back in ever so slightly here. She's really started to quicken up with her stroke. So Bates has pulled away a long way from Brand now. They've really separated through the field. But Fleming holding strong with those 35s. Each 50 has been 35 since that 900-metre mark. So very tight pacing there. She's doing a good job of staying on track there, as Bates is really holding strong in that second position, but trying to chase Fleming down.
Yeah, it might only be half a second here, half a second there between Bates and Fleming, but they all add up. And that's what the 1,500 is about, consistency. You can go out hard, but you know you're not going to be able to maintain it. You can go out easy and knowing that you'll be able to be fresh at the end, but if you've lost too much ground, then you'll never make it back up. So consistency is the key in this race. The all-comers record. All-comers record for this race from the USA is Sierra Rouge, a 15:28.36. So that is something potentially Olivia Bates has a look at, but we see that time go through now with 200 metres to go.
We touched on that record before. That 15:58 that Lani Pallister swam, that actually won the World Junior Championship gold medal back in 2019. So we're world class across the records here. And this, as you were talking about before, Welshie, just shows how versatile this pool has been over a number of years now, seeing some incredibly fast swimming, which it's obviously living up to here on the day 4 of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. But plenty to look forward to through the rest of the meet, and including this evening with Holly Fleming putting her best foot forward to conclude the action. She'll come down to hear the sweetest sound in swimming, 100 metres to swim.
Yeah, thankfully they don't ring the bell in the 100 free. It would be a bit superfluous, but it's very welcome in the 1,500. You'll see the kick come up. They've been so consistent with their splits. These last two 50s are definitely going to be faster as they throw whatever they've got left. And they've been sitting on that knife edge for so long. Any faster, they know they won't be able to continue any slower. They'll never make that time up.
Bates on track to do a 10-second PB here, so fantastic swim from her out of lane number 5, but Holly Fleming was sitting in that 17:54.94, so she's on track to do something amazing here this morning in this heat. Really impressed us, taking it out nice and strong and really extending on that lead. She's brought in the legs now, 25 metres left to swim. She is powering through to that finish as she comes down to 15 metres left to swim. Bates holding strong in that second position, really tried to take over from Fleming but wasn't able to catch her. As Fleming comes down to the wall now, she will touch in that 17:23.45. An amazing swim from Holly Fleming there to take out that 1,500 this morning. Bates in that 17:30.27. Great PBs from those two girls. As we just wait for Brand to finish here in this 1,500. It's been a massive morning of racing for these ladies, and they finished off super strong. Brand touches the wall in that 17:48.82, and that is your 1,500 here this morning. Those times will be in contention for medals tonight, as those results are official on your screen. Holly Fleming, 17:23.45.
Right on cue, a big personal best for Fleming as called pre-race, and We get to see who will take it to them this evening. Only one place to see it, of course, on Nine's Wide World of Sports. So don't go anywhere for your action. You've been tuned in to Nine now for 4 days. We thank you for joining us. Once again, final start this evening to see who can take down Holly Fleming's time, if at all, and much more. Don't miss the action on 9 Now from 6 p.m.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.